We will formally open this hearing of the Illinois Board of Review for today, February the 13th. This first block of cases will be for those individuals who have requested to file their appeals late. It's called non-pro-tunc relief. So we will hear those cases first. We will then take a break for executive session, and we will return then to do the balance of the regular listing for today. Thank you very much. And so we will call the first case.
That's hearing appeal ending 5192 1611 Frankfurt Avenue. Ariana Andrews.
Okay, and while Ms. Andrews, is she present? After we hear from that, I should have asked if the law department had any preliminary matters prior to that's related to the non-pro-tunc request. If not, that's fine too, but I just wanted to check. I should have done that before. Did Ms. Andrews respond?
No, sir.
Okay, who's representing the law department?
That would be me, Chairman Woodson.
Okay, so let's put your name on the record, please.
John Wieczorek for the city of Philadelphia. Wieczorek is W-I-E, C as in cat, Z as in zebra, O-R-E-K.
Okay, there's no response from Ariana Andrews. Would you confirm service, please?
Yes, sir. Appellants listed P.O. Box 29413, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Notice of this hearing was sent to that address on 1/10/25.
Okay, what is your pleasure, Mr. Wieczorek?
The city would request that appellant's request for non-pro-tunc relief be denied.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have? 12:13 p.m. Okay, we will put and pull the board regarding HA 2024-005-192-1611 Frankfurt Avenue, Ariana Andrews, request for non-pro-tunc relief denied.
Denied for lack of appearance.
Request denied for lack of appearance.
Request denied for lack of appearance.
Thank you very much. Do we have any preliminary matters from the law department? If there's
Chairman
anyone-
Woodson, if
Yes,
I
sir.
may, I believe for case number 1 on the list, appeal ending, sorry, I'm too zoomed out, 005143. The address is 7634 Castor Avenue. Appellant is Stuart Tobin. I believe the appellant requested a continuance. The city took no position. I was wondering if that was granted or not.
Yes, we did review that in executive session. And so for the record, HA 2024-005-143-7634 Castor Avenue, Stuart Tobin, should be noted as continued.
Thank you, Chairman.
Is that the only matter, Mr. Wieczorek, that you're aware of?
That is my only matter.
Okay. All righty, let's call the next case. Oh, just one moment. We have anyone from the law department present? The regular list will be dealt with after we deal with the non-pro-tunc matters. Okay, please come forward. Oh, okay, wait a minute. We turn it on, and we also need your counterpart present.
They're online, I believe.
Okay, who would that be? Who's representing number HA 2024-004323, 42 South 15th Street?
Hi.
Who's handling that matter?
Hello.
Hmm?
Hi, my name's Haley.
Pardon me, we can barely hear you.
Oh, is that better?
Slightly, and you are?
I'm the community manager here at 42 South 15th Street.
Okay, we need the lawyer for the city of Philadelphia who's handling this case. So stand by for a moment.
I am the attorney representing the city
Oh,
of
okay.
Philadelphia. Apologies.
You didn't say you were from the law department.
My apologies. Jane Huang on behalf of the city.
Okay, and who's representing the interests of air management?
That is myself. On behalf of the city of Philadelphia, Air Management Services.
Okay, and the corporate entity, that's the appellant.
Yes, that is the issue I wanted to raise before the board. My understanding, it is the corporation, and I do not see an attorney listed.
Okay, Miss Haley Avenir, are you an attorney representing the appellant?
I don't have an attorney. I wanted to request a continuance.
Okay, what is your relationship to the appellant?
So I'm the community manager of the property here at, the Avenir 42 South 15th Street.
Okay, all right, does the city have a position regarding that request?
Your Honor, we would ask that the request be denied. This is a non-proton hearing on behalf of the city. We are ready to proceed today.
Okay, only problem is that given it's a corporation, they're required to have counsel to represent them during these hearings. So given that, ma'am, you must have an attorney represent you. Were you not aware of that?
I was not aware of that. I wasn't.
Did you receive the violation notices?
I did receive the initial ones and then I appealed it and that was all I heard. And then I received
Okay,
regarding, the case today, the hearing.
the violation notices indicate that if you're a corporation, you must be represented by legal counsel. So you didn't read it carefully enough. So given that, we will, so that we don't hold these proceedings up, we're going to continue this matter and relist it, okay? Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
13. Okay, Mr. Mardo, next.
Number 3 on the list today, sir. Hearing appeal ending 5214-126 North Udall Street. Dennis Beckett is the appellate.
Okay, who's representing the city? Okay, only the non-pro tunc list. Oh, okay, have a seat and we'll get to you in a moment, okay?
Mr. Beckett?
Lee Begelman for the city.
Mr. Begelman, Dennis Beckett,
Mr. Beckett.
please come forward, sir, and have a seat.
Have a seat right over here, sir. Sorry, forgive me, yeah. What is that? Okay.
Okay, sir, would you give us your name, please, so that you may be sworn?
Dennis Beckett,
Dennis Beckett, and your relationship to North Udall Street property?
this is my property I bought.
Okay, you live there?
No, I'm rehabbing it.
Okay, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear a firm testimony you give be the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Begelman, you representing the city in this matter?
Yes, the request for a non-proton appeal should be denied. This appeal was, but the notice of violation was issued in April 2024. Mr. Beckett's appeal was submitted in December 2024. The board lacks jurisdiction to hear appeals filed beyond 30 days. It should only permit late appeals as a result of fraud or breakdown in the tribunal's operations or due to non-negligent circumstances by the appellant. Here, Mr. Beckett's appeal doesn't state any reason for why the appeal was submitted late, and as such, the request for a late appeal should be denied.
Thank you. Mr. Beckett, what is your testimony as to why this appeal was submitted late?
I didn't get the mail. The mail came to the address late, and when I found out it came there, I went and to City Hall, and they told me I had time to get it in.
Oh, okay. Now, what address did you give the city for mail for that property?
I think I gave them the 5445 Angor Terrace.
And is that where you received the notice?
That's when I received the last notice when I came down to the city.
Okay, wait a minute. You got to give me some dates. We need to understand when you actually received the notice and understand when you submitted the appeal.
Not after I got
I didn't understand the
I'm
response.
not sure of the date
Okay.
that I received the notice.
But you know, you have 30 days from the date of the violation to submit an appeal. And that's clearly written on the violation itself.
Mhm.
So why are you 5 months late? What is it? You're from 8 months late?
No, I never got the mail.
Well, you said you got it. The issue
When
is,
I got it late, I got that one late.
but you don't know what date you received it.
Right, and I brought it down here.
No,
September.
excuse me, sir. This is an investment property you bought to
Yes.
rehab, correct? That means you're in the business of real estate development.
Yeah.
Okay, and what we need to hear from you is, you need to give us an argument. You need to tell us a reason why we should accept your appeal late than the 30-day stipulation. So let's hear that reason and be clear and be specific.
Well, the reason why I got the appeal late, I had some people that was living in the property that I'm at now, and they never gave me the mail. And when I got it late, I came immediately down here to the city and they told me I had time to appeal it.
But you haven't given us any dates.
Any dates?
I need to hear when things happened.
Oh, it must have been, December when I got the notice in about the property and I came to the city and they told me I had time to appeal it.
Did you ever read the notice?
Yeah.
And what did the notice say in terms of appeal process?
I think it was telling me this is a final appeal notice.
And so you didn't read the first notice then?
Right, the first ones I didn't get. I got the last notice, because I had people there that was living in the property there.
And what property?
5445, and they never sent it to me. They never gave me the mail.
Wait a minute. This is North Udall Street.
Right,
So what does the other property have to
that's
do?
my
with it?
mailing address. which-
Do you live at that location?
Yeah, at that location.
And you didn't get your mail although you were living there?
Right, I didn't get the.
Well, what does other people living at that address have to do with this?
It's a rental property. And
So
it's-
that's a rental property also,
It's the people that's in there. Yeah, and they never gave it to me.
but you live there also?
Right,
Okay.
No, he lives.
That's where he said the mail came. Let's ask him, sure, please.
Mr. Beckett, I'm sorry. Are you telling us that the property at Udall Street is a rental property?
I'm working on it, I'm
No,
rehashing it.
just answer my question. Is
Yeah.
Udall Street a rental property?
It's not rented yet. I'm rehabbing it.
But I understood you to say that someone was living in the Udall Street property and you did not get your mail because it was not given to you.
But the mail did not go to the Udall Street property.
Okay, can you tell? Mail went that you did not,
It went to the Angora.
okay.
Was I supposed to get it at the Udall?
No, all right, so the mail went to Angora Street, is that correct? Okay, on your application, you list Angora Terrace as your address.
Yeah,
So are you telling us then that the mail that went to Angora you did not receive?
no, I didn't receive it till late. And when I got it, I came immediately down the city and they told me what to do about it, because the building.
Okay,
is
you
half-
have to speak into the microphone, Mr. Beckett. We can't hear you.
Yeah, the building is halfway done and I've been working on it. And I don't know, I wanted to talk to them about these appeals, the things that need to be done to the building. That's all I do during retirement, just work on my investment. And that keeps me busy.
So Udall Street is an empty property that
Yep.
you're renovating.
Right,
You live at Angora Terrace?
yes, ma'am.
And that's the address that the city has always had for your mail, is that correct?
Yes, so,
And it's your testimony today that the original notice of violation you did not receive at the Angora Terrace address.
right.
You received the final notice.
That's what I'm getting them now.
Oh, sorry, just
Yes.
answer my question. You received the final notice of violation at Angora.
Yes.
And the chairman is asking you, when did you receive the final notice?
Must have been in December, was it? December, I think,
Don't ask us, we're asking you.
December.
And where did, and who did you,
December 17th, somewhere in there, I think.
and who did you speak to at the city, in the city?
City Hall, MSB building.
Okay, but who did you speak to?
I went there personally to the MSB building.
Who did you speak to at the MSB building? Did you
Oh,
go to L&I? Did you go to what?
L&I,
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
thank you.
One other question, sir. The Udall Street property, have you pulled permits to do the renovation?
That's what I wanted to do now.
But you didn't do it before you started the work?
No, that was before they put the violation.
That's not my question. My question is, did you pull permits before you started renovation?
No,
Okay,
because
all right, thank you. Yeah, he just didn't respond to it. Okay, any additional questions before we poll the board on this matter? If not, sir, we're prepared to vote. Anything you want to tell us before we vote?
Yeah, I need to finish working on this property. That's all I got to do.
Sir, you also need to do it legally. That
Right.
means you need to pull permits before
Right.
you nail one nail, before you rip one board, should be
And
permitted.
that's what I want to do.
But gonna do it is not good enough. You should have done it before you started.
But I've been working on the property.
Doesn't matter how long you've been working
For
on it. You should
years.
have permits.
Okay.
Let's stop. Let's stop. We're gonna poll the board on HA 2024-005214-126 North Udall Street, Dennis Beckett. Request for non-pro-tunc relief denied.
Denied.
Request
Request denied.
denied.
What-
Sir, your request to submit a late appeal has been denied. So that means you missed your 30-day window to submit an appeal. So you need to go talk to L&I about how to settle up this violation that you have outstanding on the property. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So what happens now?
And you can appeal a decision of the board. You can appeal our decision. If you want or need information as to how to do that, check with the office, the administrator, sitting in the back before you leave, and ask them about how you would appeal a decision of this board, okay?
Okay, does that mean I still can't go to the in the property or what?
I'm not sure, your access to the property is not within our purview. We don't know anything about that.
Right.
All we know is that you asked us for a late appeal for a property maintenance violation. That's all we know.
Okay.
Okay, but talk to the administrator in the back and they could give you some information. Thank you. Okay, what's next?
Next matter on the list, sir, is hearing appeal ending 5236. The property 2002 Frankfurt Avenue, Wanda Matalos is the appellant.
Okay, thank you. Wanda Matalos, are you present? And also who's representing the city?
Lee Begelman for the city.
Good afternoon, Mr. Begelman.
Good afternoon.
Do we have the appellant present? Is anyone present representing the interests of Wanda Matalos, 2002 Frankfurt Avenue? Anyone present? Let's confirm service.
There's no one with that name in the waiting room or the hearing room, sir. The appellant's listed 8117 Lister Street as their address in the appeal. Notice of this hearing was sent to that address on 1/10/25.
Okay, the time you have, Mr. Pincus?
12:29 PM.
12:29 PM. Mr. Begelman, what's your pleasure?
The city requests that the late appeal request be denied.
Okay, we will now poll the board regarding HA 2024-005236-2002 Frankfurt Avenue, Wanda Matalos, Matlosz. Request for non-pro-tunc relief denied for lack of appearance.
Denied for non-appearance.
Request denied for non-appearance.
Request denied for failure to appear.
Thank you very much. The next matter,
This is number 5 on the list, hearing appeal 5 ending 5272, 5639 North 19th Street, Terry Collins. Collins
Okay.
is present in the room, sir.
all right, thank you. Who's representing the city? Is what your name? Yes, please have a seat.
Good afternoon, board members. John Wazorek on behalf of the city.
Okay. Ma'am, if you speak into the microphone, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. You swear or affirm that you will be truthful in your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, before we get started, I believe, Ms. Collins, how was this property titled? Who owns the property?
I do.
In your name alone, or is it a corporation or LLC?
Well, no, I just have a home-based business.
But that's not the answer to the question.
Okay.
How is it titled?
It's titled to me, Terry Lynn Collins.
Okay, there's no LLC involved?
No.
Okay, we had different information.
I'm not aware.
Am I allowed to know what you guys just discussed?
Yeah, we're ready, but no problem.
Okay, okay.
All right,
Privileged, it's me.
pardon me?
I'm sorry. He said it's privileged information, but it's about me.
Well, the board has the authority and the right to have the privileged conversation, executive session, that does not include anyone else other than its legal counsel and the board members. Okay, now, what's the city's position in this matter? Any issues regarding title?
The city did not recognize any issues regarding title. A notice of violation was issued to Ms. Collins, and we have no problem with standing.
Okay, do you have any witnesses for this part
No
of the
witnesses.
conversation? Okay, all right, so let's hear from the city on this.
Well, the city's position would be that the board lacks jurisdiction to hear this matter. The appeal was filed beyond the 30 days allotted to appeal this matter. And even if the board wanted to maintain jurisdiction, an appeal nunc-pro-tunc is only permitted if the appellant, here Ms. Collins, is able to show that the appeal is untimely as a result of fraud or a breakdown in the tribunal's operation. There's also if non-negligent circumstances for the appellant or appellant's counsel's results in the appeal being late, that may be another reason to accept this jurisdiction. Here, given the appellate's appeal statement, the city sees no reason that nunc-pro-tunc jurisdiction should be granted and would request that the request for jurisdiction be denied.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Collins, what is your position here in terms of why it's so late?
Oh, I'm nervous, y'all. Too many suits in here, but okay, so, all right, I had filed an appeal on November the 9th. I did it online with the Eclipse system,
What year?
2024.
November 9th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, that's. Go continue.
And I had been in several conversations with the North District. I have telephone records to show that I didn't quite understand why I was having a violation for work that I had done in 2021. I received this violation October of 2024. No, I'm sorry, October of 2023. And I filed the appeal online through the Eclipse system, November 8th of 2023.
Not 2024.
Not 2024, I'm mistaken.
So, okay, November 8th, and you filed the appeal via Eclipse.
Yes, sir. And so I talked to Miss Jackie at the North District. I think Miss Jackie's at the North District or Central District. I don't know what district. I was just calling everybody because I was trying to figure out how to do this, this appeal online through the Eclipse system. The Eclipse system at the time was relatively new. And she actually walked me through it. She gave me all of the numbers that I needed to put in the system, and it accepted. And for whatever reason, she told me, I said, I don't know which department to get it. And she told me to pick just an apartment, any department, and Elle and I would reroute it to the correct department. And I said, okay. And in fact, I have a voice transcript from her stating that I did file the appeal on November 8th
Okay.
of 2023. And I even have,
What response did you get regarding the appeal that you filed on November 8th?
so they told me that because of COVID, everything was behind, that I would get a hearing eventually, that, you know, it was backed up and that I would get a hearing. So time went past. I started getting nervous. I started reaching out to everybody. And then one thing led to
Is there any
another.
reason you didn't call it a board of review?
Is there any reason why what?
You didn't call it an L&I board of review? Because that's where all the appeals go.
Well, I don't know whether I did or not, but I did call the district offices, which is where all of my complaints should go to. They have a North District, they
And
have.
they didn't tell you to call to submit an appeal to the board of
No,
review?
they actually, no, I did submit an appeal.
To the board of review?
I did do that.
Oh, and you didn't get a response?
No. So if I can give you my appeal number, if you don't mind. I'm very nervous. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we have access to Eclipse. We can see that.
Yeah, so I'm nervous because I honestly have done everything that the city has requested for me to do. And I don't even know why I'm here, honestly.
Okay, just one moment. Just one moment.
Fine. No problem at all.
If I may,
Just one moment.
okay.
Actually, we're at the point of making a decision on this matter. We've deliberated based on the information you've shared with us and also the record that we checked in Eclipse.
So the
Is
city,
there a city's position or response?
yeah, so the city would like, the board to take judicial notice of its own appeal forms, which states specifically an appeal to the Board of License and Inspection Review must be submitted by mail or in person within 30 days of the first notice of violation. Clearly, Ms. Collins' testimony is that she did not submit an appeal by mail or in person within 30 days of the initial notice, and therefore the city would request that the request for non-proton relief be denied.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would like to say something
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well. I was informed by the North District that I can submit via the Eclipse system. The Eclipse system is a city system that can accommodate all of the requests necessary to comply. I was told that I did exactly what I was told, and I should not be punished for that.
The
Okay.
city would like to object to that on the basis of hearsay.
Okay, so noted. We will overrule the objection. Thank you. I think we've heard enough for purposes of the non-pro-tunc request. HA 2024-005 272 5639 North 19th Street, Terry Collins. Request for non-pro-tunc relief granted. No, we ain't doing any of that, okay? Because you need to hear from us after we finish the vote. I'm only one vote. All these people have to vote. Please, no, please vote.
Okay.
You aren't,
Request granted.
Request granted.
okay.
Request granted.
Now, Ms. Collins, listen to me, Ms. Collins. One of the things that you have to be aware that the form itself gives you very specific instructions. We know COVID caused some confusion, but please review those documents in detail and follow those instructions in the future. Why you have a violation against work that was done in 2021, we do not know. If the work was done, and if it was not done via a permit, it's still a violation. Okay, so that's all I want to say. Thank you very much. Please have a good day.
Your case will be listed for a full hearing on the merits at some point in the future. Could be a month or several months.
Okay.
So this is not the end of it. You have to come back because you submitted an appeal to a building permit violation.
Yeah.
That's why you're here, because you submitted an appeal. You understand that, right? Okay, so this is not the hearing for the appeal. This is the hearing to allow you to submit a late appeal. We've granted you that privilege.
Okay, okay,
So-
I'll ask him.
So your appeal that you filed was questioned by whether it was on time or not. We've decided it was on time.
Okay,
Your appeal is on record,
okay,
and there will be a regular hearing on the appeal someday in a month or two, or maybe 3. It'll be listed again, and you'll come back and explain why you think the action taken by the city was incorrect.
Okay.
Okay?
I thank you, Mr. Pincus. Thank you, board. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank you, board
wonderful
members.
day.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next matter.
Next matter is number 6 on the list, sir. Hearing appeal ending 5293 2336 North Smedley Street, Kimberly Gracer, Alexander Granovsky Esquire. And item number 7, hearing appeal ending 5294 2336 North Smedley, Kimberly Greiser and Alexander Granovsky.
Okay, thank you. Who's representing the city?
That would be John's work. Thank you, board.
Okay, is anyone present representing the appellant?
Yes,
Is
Your Honor.
Alan? Yes, who's speaking?
Alexander Granovsky, on behalf of Kimberly Greiser, and Kimberly Greiser is here as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, this is of course a request for non-pro-tunc relief regarding the aforementioned violation, appeal number. So what we will do is hear from both the city and Mr. Granowski. And I pronounced your name incorrectly. Would you say that one more time for me, sir?
Oh, you did good. That was correct pronunciation. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, let's hear from the city.
Just one preliminary question. Are we going to be handling numbers 6 and 7 together, or would the board like to hear them separately?
Well, the dates are the same. Well, no, they aren't.
They are
So let's hear
different.
from each one separately then. Starting with 6, and this is the building permit violation.
So the city would like to point out that the board lacks jurisdiction to hear an appeal filed 30 days after the applicable appeal window. Even if the board wanted to maintain jurisdiction, an appeal nunc-pro-tunc is only permitted when the appellant is able to show a breakdown in the tribunal's operation or some sort of fraud, or the appellant's able to show that the appellant or appellant's counsel was unable to file a timely notice of appeal because of non-negligent circumstances. These appeals, here specifically number 6, should not be permitted because it has been filed over a year and a half past the applicable appeal window. Therefore, the city would request that this appeal be denied.
Thank you. Mr. Gronowski, what is your response?
So my client, by herself, filed the appeals through Eclipse timely. The violation notice of violation states was issued on May 9, 2023. My client filed the appeal on May 28, 2023. We have the appeal number HA 2023.
Okay, wait, Mr. Gronowski. We're on the matter that was filed in 12/10/22.
All right.
The building permit violation.
Yes, for the building permit violation, the notice of violation was filed on the 12/10/2022. My client submitted a timely appeal through Eclipse HA 2023-000141 on January 9, 2023, within the 30-day period. And my client also obtained a permit for the work. Now, for the breakdown in communications through the.
Wait, before that, you indicated that she had a permit for the work at that time? When
There
was the
was a-
permit issued?
There was a permit applied for, the permit was never issued.
Okay, what the date was the application for the permit?
I believe January 8th, 2023.
Okay. Okay,
Due to the breakdown in communications between my client and Eclipse, that appeal didn't go through. And my client didn't know that until the case was filed in the Court of Common Pleas.
oh, so have you had a hearing before a judge in Court of Common Pleas?
The case is still pending there.
CCP is pending?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any response from the city before we consider this?
Yes, Chairman, a couple of matters. First of all, I would like to raise again, the board's own appeal form states specifically that an appeal to the Board of License and Inspection Review must be submitted by mail or in person within 30 days of the first notice of violation. To the extent that the appeal online represents some sort of breakdown, that is a breakdown by the appellant to not follow the directions clearly stated on the appeal forms. The city would also ask that the board take judicial notice of a Court of Common Pleas case. Would you like me to share my screen?
Yes,
I
please.
have the docket pulled up. Second. Are you able to see that, board members?
Yes.
So this case is the City of Philadelphia v. Reiser et al. As you can see, it was filed on May 1st, 2024. Continuing through the docket, the city filed an affidavit of service on June 24th, 2024. At that time, the appellant was on notice that something happened with her appeal. The city was pursuing a case in the Court of Common Pleas against her for the violations at issue for this non-protunct relief. Again, that's June 24th, 2024. Appellant did not respond to that request. Respond to that lawsuit, and a judgment by default was entered on August 16th, 2024.
August 16th?
2024. And so I would ask the board, if we're going to accept appellant's argument that they did not have notice that the online appeal was not successful, at the very latest, appellant had notice on June 24th, 2024, that something had broken down, their appeal was not going forward, the city had filed a case against them, and appellant did nothing to respond to that. I also would like the city or the board to acknowledge that the appellant and defendant in the CCP matter filed a petition to open the judgment on September 6th, 2024. We can go through that, but I will tell the board that nowhere in this petition to open the default judgment does the appellant raise the issue of the pending Blur appeal, preventing the city from taking enforcement action in the form of this lawsuit.
What was the outcome of that?
So continuing on the docket, and this is the last entry on the docket, a hearing was scheduled for February 4th, 2025. So just last week, 2 weeks ago, last week. And notice was given on February 7th, 25. This order, the plaintiff's petition to open default judgment was dismissed for failure to prosecute.
Which means they didn't respond?
Which means that the petition was dismissed. I would not get into details why exactly the court made that determination, but as you can see, the petition to open the default judgment was denied.
Okay, thank you. Sir, any response to that, Mr. Gronowski?
Yes, this does not end the Court of Common Pleas case. There are multiple venues for that. So the case is still pending, and we're proceeding with the litigation in that case. Meanwhile,
Which case is pending, so which case is pending?
Court of Common Pleas, we have, but I would like to point your attention to the appeals that my client
Now,
filed.
no, let's do this. You said, based on the position taken by the city, your last entry was the denial of your attempt to have the default judgment overturned. You said
Yes.
there's another case pending in Court of Common
No,
Pleas?
that's the same case. We're still going to file motions and petitions on that same case.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're going to file, but you haven't yet filed. Is that, I just want to be clear.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so you haven't yet, so there's no pending matter, you haven't filed it yet. Okay, all right. All right, just one moment.
Can I say something?
Just a moment, please.
Yes.
Mr. Gronowski, had you planned to, put your, client on as a witness?
She did want to say something.
Well, you are the attorney, so you get to determine based on your relationship with the client. And one thing, be aware that we don't encourage narrative testimony. So please, if you put her on as a witness, please formally, put questions to her and she can be cross-examined.
Sure. Ms. Beiser.
I need to swear in.
Okay.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Would you just give us your full name, spell your last name, please?
Kimberly Greiser, Greiser.
Okay, and you're the owner of the property in question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grozowski, please proceed.
Just a moment, Ms. Greiser, you're in a vehicle. Is it parked?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you alone? Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please proceed.
Ms. Greiser, did you file an appeal for the violation that you received on December 10, 2022?
I did.
And how did you file that appeal?
I filed it online through Eclipse, and I also followed up. I called the North Division to see if they got my appeal. I sent emails, and I have correspondence saying that, they're a little bit backed up. I also checked my Eclipse. I had different profiles, so there was an issue with that, technical issues. So I did my best to file this appeal in a timely manner, given my experience.
And why did you file it in Eclipse?
Because it's the place everyone knows to go for any issues with the city. So I felt as though that was a place I could go to. And also it let me file it in Eclipse. And I believe I paid some amount to file it. I think it was like $35. I got a receipt from ECSI. And so because I was allowed to do it and I got numbers, I felt that that was correct.
And what was the outcome of that appeal, do you know?
So I reached out to the supervisors in the area, and they told me that one of them was closed, but the other one is still open. It hasn't been closed, but it's still open because it was filed incorrectly, and that they could possibly push it. So they recommended that I fill out this appeal, this late appeal to the board.
Mr.
Since that one
Gronowski, I'm
is-
not sure what she's referencing when she says one was closed and one was still open. One what?
So there was a number of appeals that my client filed. I would like to specifically refer her to appeal HA 2023-000141. That's the first appeal that she has filed.
Okay, but there's a little bit of confusion. She testified that North District told her that something was closed, but the other one was still open. What is that something?
So that's something, like I said, she filed a total of 3 appeals.
Okay,
One of them was closed and the other ones were still pending, I believe, in Eclipse. And she can clear that up.
so an appeal was closed by whom? Who closed the appeal?
So Ms. Greiser, do you know who closed the appeal?
I am looking right now. Give me 10 seconds here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
One moment. I received an email from Kimberly Ladovich from the board's administration unit. And she explained, right, that the appeals were not submitted correctly. So they weren't accepted.
What was the
One
date of that? What was the date of that?
Yeah, December 23rd, 2024.
23rd, 2024.
Yes.
And the Board of Review staff said that the appeals were submitted incorrectly?
Mm-hmm. So,
And-
and then she wrote, so they were, oh, go ahead.
No, I just want to understand. Okay, well, complete your review of that document.
So they were submitted incorrectly, so they were not accepted. One was closed as improperly filed, and the other was not pushed through.
That meant you had to refile.
So, she's telling me here in this email, right, what I need to do. She needs to submit a late appeal form and a standard appeal form to submit the appeal. And she's attached the forms, and then I filled out those forms, and that's how I'm here today.
Okay. Those new forms that you submitted, were they submitted in writing? A hard copy?
Yes, I submitted the hard copies to Ms. Ladovich.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
Just a brief cross, Chairman.
Yes.
Permission to share my screen?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Geiser. Was this the form you used to submit your appeal?
Let me see.
I can zoom in if that's helpful.
Give me a moment. Yeah, you can zoom in. Thank you.
Turn it up.
Can you enlarge that, council, please?
You able to see this form, Ms. Geiser?
Yes. Let me review it. Give me one moment.
Just going to be one question on this. Could you read, starting this second sentence at the top of the form? Could you read what that says, starting with "un"?
Give me a moment because she gave me two forms and one of them was incorrect and she had me redo it. So I just want to make sure that that isn't the incorrect form that she gave me first.
Let me rephrase that, Ms. Geiser. Does this second sentence say an appeal to the Board of License and Inspection Review must be submitted by mail or in person within 30 days of the first notice of violation?
That might not be the correct form. So I need to see if that's the correct form. Ms. Ladovich asked me to send in.
Is this not the form you sent into the Board of
I'm
License and
trying
Inspection
to,
Review?
I'm trying to give you that answer, but you have to give me a minute to look in my email and see if that's the form I sent her. Give me 1 minute, please.
Ma'am, I believe your signature is on this form. So can you confirm that?
She sent me two forms and one
We
was
heard you,
incorrect.
but I'm asking you, look at the form, look at the signature.
Okay.
Is that, did you
Sure.
sign that form?
Yeah,
Okay, so you submitted that form. So let's go back up to the top.
yes. Okay.
Counselor.
So again, Ms. Geiser, the second sentence of this form, and I'll try to zoom in again so you can see it. It says an appeal to the Board of License and Inspection Review must be submitted by mail or in person within 30 days of the first notice of violation, correct?
Mm-hmm, that's what your form says.
And when you initially submitted your appeal of the violation at issue here, was that submitted by mail or in person within 30 days of the first notice of violation?
Through Eclipse, within 30 days.
So it was not submitted by mail or in person within
I
30
also
days.
followed up through
Ms. Geiser,
email.
was it submitted by mail or in person within 30 days?
Mr. Gronowski, your client must answer direct questions, okay? It won't go well if she doesn't.
Ms. Geiser, answer his question, please.
Okay. Can you ask me again, please?
So your appeal form was not submitted by mail or in person within 30 days, correct?
Correct, correct.
And just briefly, another thing. So when did you become aware of the Court of Common Pleas case that was referenced earlier that was filed against you?
I don't know the exact date.
So did you ever receive any documents from the court or from the city regarding that Court of Common Pleas case?
Eventually, yes.
And at that point, did you reach out to an attorney to file when you hired Mr. Gronowski, correct?
Right away, yes.
But that petition to open, permission to share my screen, Chairman Whitson.
Yes, please.
That petition to open was filed, and I'd like the board to take judicial notice of this as a public record. that petition to open was filed September 6, 2024, correct? I can zoom in if that's helpful.
Alex, I don't know when these things are filed.
That's fine. Ms. Geiser, the previous questioning from your attorney, you referenced that you reached out to someone from board's administration, December 24th, 2024. Is that correct? Or sometime late December 2024, is that correct?
For that instance, yes.
And that's when you filed this late appeal, is that correct?
The late appeal to be here, yes.
So between September 6, 2024, when your attorney filed a petition to open, and December 2024, did you take any additional action to check on your appeal, figure out what had happened to the appeals that you thought you had filed within 30 days of finding out about this case whatsoever? Or did you take any action?
Absolutely. I've been taking action since I filed the
Could you be
appeals.
specific, please?
Yeah. So as soon as I filed the appeals, I made phone calls, which I have records
Ms.
of.
Geiser, just, could you please answer the specific time period I'm referencing? So in between when your attorney filed the petition to open the default judgment in the Court of Common Pleas, that is early September 2024, and then until you filed the late appeals, which was the end of December 2024. Why did you not file a late appeal at some point earlier than the end of December? You had October, November to take any action on these appeals, but failed to do so.
That whole time, to be more specific to your question, I have been calling people and getting to the appropriate departments, leaving voicemails, sending emails. The entire time I have been trying to file this appeal and to fix all of the issues to comply with what's wrong. The entire time.
No further questions, Chairman Woodson.
Any additional questions from anyone? Mr. Gronowski, do you have any redirect?
Yeah, if I can have a permission to share my screen about the
Yes.
clips.
Please.
I would like the board to take notice of the Eclipse application where it says on top, welcome to eEclipse. You can use eEclipse to apply for, view, and manage Department of Licensing and Inspections, trade licenses, business licenses, permits, certificates, appeals, and State Department reviews.
Okay. What's the date
That's
of that
all.
profile? Is that, what's the date that this image was selected? Is that today?
I just logged into it, yes.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to share about the Eclipse.
Okay. All right. Well, the argument should be what governs the actual violation notice and the form, the appeal form that's completed, or the Eclipse website. That's basically the question, I guess. Any further argument on that before we vote? Any further comment from the city or Mr. Gronowski?
I would just ask for a brief closing.
Okay. Already. Yes. We will do that, but just for a moment. Mr. Gronowski, do you have any brief closing before we go to the city?
Yes, my client did everything she needed to do. She filed the timely appeals as she was instructed to do through the Eclipse during the COVID, and she followed up on them and she couldn't get any answers. There was a breakdown in communication through the Eclipse, and that's why they didn't go through. That's why we're here.
Thank you.
Board members, just very briefly, there was a breakdown in this case, and the breakdown was that Ms. Greiser did not file her appeal by mail or in person within 30 days of the initial notice. To the extent that the board is considering allowing the fact that she filed an online appeal, an appeal that's specifically disallowed from the form that she would be filing if she had read that form, the city would alternatively argue that she became aware of this, the failure of this appeal to go forward as late as June 2024, when Ms. Geiser, an affidavit of service regarding the CCP complaint that involves these two case files, that affidavit of service was filed June 2024. From that time until December is approximately half a year. Ms. Greiser failed to reach out to the board in that time frame to file a proper late appeal and to take proper action that would allow these cases to be heard and for the board to have jurisdiction. Therefore, the city respectfully requests that the request for non-protunct relief be denied.
Thank you. We will take, unless someone has a question, now we have executive session before we decide.
Let's go to the room real quick.
Everyone present?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This process is taking a bit longer than we anticipated. The issues here are fairly complex. So after having executive session, reviewing the testimony and hearing from counsel, we're prepared now to render a decision. This is number 6. We do still need to hear specific facts regarding number 7. And so those votes will be separate. Number 6 vote will not reflect on number 7, just so everyone understands.
Thank you, Chairman.
HA-2024-005293, 2336 North Smedley Street, Kimberly Greiser, request for non-protunct relief denied.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Okay, that's the answer there. Thank you so much for your participation. Let's move on to the next matter. That's number 7. If you read that into the record, please.
Pardon me, it's hearing appeal ending 5294, 2336 North Smedley Street, Kimberly Greiser and Alexander Granovsky Esquire.
Okay, who's prepared to go forward? I guess the city should go forward, then we'll hear from Mr. Gronowski.
Yeah, the city would be willing to stipulate that all of the facts and testimony just presented to the board for number 6 can be adopted. The only difference in facts is that the violation notice for this non-protunct appeal was slightly later in time than the previous one. But that's ultimately up to.
Would you mind putting in the record the dates that are in your file, sir?
Yes, so the violation date for this appeal was May 9th, 2023, and the late appeal was filed at the same date as the last one, which was December 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. And Mr. Gronowski, any response?
Yes, we also stipulate to the testimony that was given in number 6, but there are different appeal numbers that my client has filed for this violation. So on May 28, 2023, through Eclipse again, my client filed 2 appeals. One is HA 2023-002425 and HA 2023-002426.
Now, were both those appeals to the Board L&I Review or to a different board?
I believe to L&I Review.
Is there any way you can confirm that?
I would have to ask my client.
Okay, do you have a copy of the appeal that was submitted?
I do not.
Okay. In response from the city?
No response.
Okay, do you want to put any additional testimony in the record, sir, from Ms. Greiser or any
Yes.
other witness?
Ms. Greiser.
Okay, Ms. Greiser, you're still on the oath? You may proceed.
Yes.
Ms. Greiser, the 2 appeals that I have referenced, where did you file them to L&I Appeal Board or somewhere else?
Ms. Greiser, please turn on your video.
Okay, just a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So the appeals I filed through Eclipse, and then I've went up the chains over time, this entire time, and I filed them with the representatives, I think, from the board, including Ms. Ladovich.
Okay, we're referencing, I think the question is, the appeals that were filed on May 9th, 2023, to which board did you appeal? Did you submit your appeal? And do you have the appeal form that you can put into the record?
Okay, I submitted 5/28/2023, HA 2023-002425. I
To which
submitted
bo-
these.
To which appeal board were you submitting it to?
I'm sorry, I don't know the boards.
There's
I
a board of
honestly was
building
just
standards,
filing.
there's there are a number of different boards that hear of issues regarding construction-related issues. And so and you would identify or select that board to whom you were submitting the appeal. So I'm asking you, to whom were you submitting the appeal?
Everything I did through Eclipse, and again, it's because no one told me, right, that I couldn't do that. I never got a response saying that what I did was wrong. So I submitted the appeal again through Eclipse, and I reached out through people through email and the phone. So I'm not sure which board.
Okay, well, let me ask you, the permits that were in violation, which permits were those?
I have a building permit, and I passed the first initial inspection on that, which is the outside inspection.
Okay, but
Objection, relevance.
the issue is that there are two different cases. One case just says building permit. The second case says permits. So I'm curious as to which permits were at issue.
I have no idea, to be honest with you. Just trying to comply with everything.
Okay, that means you need to, okay, all right. Anyone else have any questions?
Just to put this on the record, when the chair asks a question of a witness, the response to the direct response to the question will be, the objection will be overruled.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My apologies, didn't mean to ignore you.
No, you're fine, Chairman.
Okay, we were just wondering, Ms. Gronowski, Ms. Griner, my apologies, Ms. Greiser, is this your residence?
Yes,
It is? Okay. Okay, any
my
other?
name is on the,
Oh, but that, well, I mean, that doesn't, if your name's on a deed, doesn't make it your residence. I'm asking, is this your
oh,
residence?
sorry about that. Yes, it's my residence.
Okay, that's your voting address.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. So I guess I'd hint here from the city, what makes these two distinctive cases then? If we have a building permit that generally incorporates everything, now we have these permits that are identified separately.
So there were two distinct case files written to Ms. Greiser, which is why there are two distinct appeals. One was issued in December of 2022. That was number 6, the appeal we just did. There is an additional distinct and different violation case file written in May of 2023. So that's why there are two appeals. And so for the purposes of these appeals, I thought we could just stipulate to all the testimony. It's just the difference between when that violation was issued and when it was appealed.
Basically the same violations in both cases?
Essentially, I believe both were working without permits.
Okay, and it's all the permits, building, electrical, plumbing, HVAC?
I would want to have a custodian of records to represent that in front of the board and for the purposes of the non-proton
Okay.
relief.
All right, thank you. Off the record just for a moment. Clarity, we're back on the record. Someone, I think it's Ms. Golden, ma'am, you just spoke out of turn. No, we're in the midst of a specific hearing. If you have a question, you may put it in the chat box, and someone, the administrator, will respond to you that way. But it's never appropriate to speak out while a hearing is in progress. That's disruptive, and it creates a problem for the case we are attempting to hear, because we're putting on a record. There's a court reporter recording everything. And so a voice that isn't a part of the hearing speaks out, creates a lot of confusion for the record. Okay, we have one or two additional questions for Ms. Greiser.
Yes, Ms. Greiser, and I'll try to put my video on there. Whoops. There. My question is, When did you start working on this property? Do you remember what year you started working on the property?
I bought my property during COVID. And I started working on it as soon as I bought it because it was a big mess.
Well, the
Um,
question is, yeah. Okay, go ahead and finish.
Sorry. So I think I started doing work maybe around 2020, 2021.
Thank you.
I have a question, Ms. Greiser. In 2021, did you make an application for any permits to begin work on your property?
Yes.
And what was the result of the application for your permits?
I really don't know. I think I may have done that wrong as well. Because I was getting messages. What I've heard from the many phone calls I've made is that I've been getting messages through Eclipse, and I have different Eclipse profiles, and I didn't see any messages.
And did you open multiple Eclipse profiles?
I did. Different emails. I was trying really hard to figure it out.
And you believe that having multiple profiles would clarify whatever was happening in the permit process? What was the
What do
point
you
of
mean?
having, what was the point of having multiple profiles?
Yeah, so when I was doing it, I started it with one email and then I didn't use that email anymore. I didn't have the password. So then I had to make another profile and then I locked myself out. And then finally I found one that I've been using this entire time, but the other two are still kind of just dead. I can't get into them.
Okay. And while this was going on, were you continuing to work on your property?
No,
So you have not done any work on your property from 2020 until today? Is that your testimony?
correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're back on the record. We're prepared to call the vote on HA 2024-005-294-2336 North Medley Street, Kimberly Greiser. Request for non-protunct relief denied.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Thank you very much. That concludes this matter. Let's move on.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone, for
Members of
your
the board, if I
participation.
could please interrupt.
Yes.
I am going to lose my witness for cases number 2 through 32 on the 12:30 list in 20 minutes. And we will lose our interpreter, I've been told, at 2:30.
Okay.
Those matters should be heard as soon as possible.
Okay, yeah, we believe that the next several issues are gonna be quickly. If not, we will come back to them and get to your matter as well, quickly. Okay, what do we have, and do we have any additional non-protunct requests?
Yes, we do, sir.
All right, are the parties present?
That I am not sure, sir. I haven't seen them in the room and no one has answered, but there are a few unidentified phone numbers in the room.
Okay, are there any persons, individual in the room itself who are non-protunct?
Not that are named, sir.
Okay, so what we will do then, we will, at this moment, continue the non-protunct hearing, because we do have this matter we need to hear on the regular list.
Okay.
And so we'll do that and come back to non-protunct at the end of the day. So everyone, thank you for your patience. Sometimes these things run over because of the complexity of each matter. So we're going to stop non-protunct, go to the regular list and come back. But we do need executive session before the regular list start. You give us 3 minutes to do that. Mr. Moto, would you read the next matters?
Yeah.
Just before you do that, Mr. Moto, just for sake of for clarity, we will hear this next group of wall cases because of issues with timing, et cetera. Now, after which we will then ask people to give us any additional matters that should have been preliminarily dealt with. Okay, so we're a little bit out of order today, but I want to respond to the needs of Mr. Cohen's matters. Mr. Cohen, you're special today.
Thank you, members of the board. I do appreciate it.
Okay, so we're going to read the matters in, and then we will hear from the city.
This is hearing appeal ending 1537 East Cheltenham Avenue, Carmen Sanchez. Hearing appeal ending 1539 East Cheltenham Avenue, Carmen M. Rodriguez. Hearing appeal ending 1547 East Cheltenham Avenue, Min Lu and Jian Zhang. Hearing appeal ending 1553 East Cheltenham Avenue, Stephen J. Fugel. Hearing appeal ending 5810 Oakland Street, Conan Moten. Hearing appeal ending 5814 Oakland, Christina, Alea. Hearing appeal ending 5816 Oakland Street, Brian Lee. Hearing appeal ending 5820 Oakland Street, Felix Burgos. Hearing appeal ending 5822 Oakland Street, Karen Ho Trong. Hearing appeal ending 5834 Oakland Street, Alfred J. Zachariah. Hearing appeal ending hearing appeal ending 4843 5836 Oakland Street, Anchor Realty NE. Hearing appeal ending 0910 5842 Oakland Street, Tara Williams. Hearing appeal ending 0793 5846 Oakland, Yolanda Grace. Hearing appeal ending 0761 5848 Oakland, Diane Golden. Hearing appeal ending 0663 5850 Oakland, Anna Colazzo. Hearing appeal ending 1152 5852 Oakland Street, Arsenio Mendoza. Hearing appeal ending 0335 5813 Sylvester Street, Min Lu. Hearing appeal ending 3640 5813 R Sylvester Street, Min Lu. Hearing appeal ending 4392 5815 Sylvester Street, David Stewart. Hearing appeal ending 4393 5815 R Sylvester Street, David Stewart. Hearing appeal ending 1145 5823 Sylvester Street, Jamal Abdullah. Hearing appeal ending 4031 5825 Sylvester Street, Min Lu. Hearing appeal ending 4085 5833 Sylvester Street, Jennifer Carter. Hearing appeal ending 4118 5837 Sylvester Street, Pamela Hackley. Hearing appeal ending 4167 5837 R Sylvester Street, Pamela Hackley. Hearing appeal ending 4150 5839 Sylvester, Gary Cuevas. Hearing appeal ending 4083 for 5843 Sylvester Street, Adolph Kitzman and Gail E. Smith. Hearing appeal ending 4282 4845 R Sylvester, Jeanette Clark. Hearing appeal ending 4050 5855 Sylvester Street, C. U. Ho.
Okay, in the next matter, I think a Mandarin interpreter was been brought into this matter. Is the interpreter present?
Yes.
Please identify yourself for the interpreter, the Mandarin interpreter.
Mike Wine, Mandarin interpreter.
Good afternoon, sir. Raise your right hand so to be sworn. Do you swear the right hand?
This is my right hand. The picture may be reversed, imaging.
Okay,
Yeah.
my apologies. Okay. That's his left hand.
The image is
Uh,
reversed. It is
okay.
his right hand.
Okay, all right. My apologies. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony, no, my apologies, strike that. Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate the matters regarding 5857 Sylvester Street from Mandarin to English and English to Mandarin?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can place your hand down. What I'd like you to do, sir, going forward, everything that's spoken in English, we'd like you to translate into Mandarin. And of course, any responses required of the appellant, you should give in English.
Yes, I do. Yes, I will. But and also have a request that people give me time to
Yes.
interpret before they jump into
Yes.
answering or following whatever. Yeah.
Yes, I'd advise everyone who's participating today, now that an interpreter has been engaged, you must allow the interpreter, one, to catch up to you. So you got to speak in shorter sentences so he can interpret what you're saying. And two, if there's a response required, give your response, but allow the interpreter also to interpret your response. Okay?
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
let's
you.
go to the next case.
Is hearing appeal ending 4038 5857 Sylvester Street, Re Zhang.
接下来的案件4038，地址是5857这个这个案件的人张瑞什么
我是。
？Yes, I am.
Thank you. We'll call on you in a moment.
Next matter, sir, is hearing appeal ending 4079 for the property 5861 Sylvester Street. Carol Cowan is the appellant.
Is that the last matter?
That's the last one for this matter, sir.
Okay. Let's hear from the city.
Thank you.
先请市政府的代表讲话。
Thank you. I'd actually like to start by calling Supervisor Tom Rabakowski of LNI.
我先请这个帮这个负责报
Oh,
案
who
人
is, he is still in the waiting room. Mr. Motto, if you could please let him in. He had dropped from the call.
There is no one currently in the waiting room.
Oh, he's here now.
I'm
Should
here.
be on video shortly.
Mr.
I'm
Owen,
here.
Do you need to introduce yourself?
您需要先自己介绍一下自己吗？
We will need to swear Mr. Rabakowski in.
我们要先请Swasowski 给他宣誓，以后才开始。
Okay, Mr. Cohen, as we're waiting for Mr. Rabakowski to get on video.
I'm here. Can everybody see me?
Okay, yes. Is this the first listing of these cases?
This is the third listing.
Third listing, okay.
这是今天第3个的案件。
Okay, Mr. Rabakowski,
Yes.
please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn.
请您
just
举
keep
起
in
右手，
mind-
我们给您宣誓。
Keep in mind that everything from this point forward has been interpreted into Mandarin, so you need to be patient in your responses to allow the interpreter to reinterpret what you say.
从现在开始，您讲的话都会被翻译成中文，所以请您讲的慢一点，让中文有机会能够翻译。
Mr. Rabakowski, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth to help you God?
Yes.
您所讲的都是实话，是的，愿意。
Okay, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. I'd like to share on my screen what's been previously provided as City's Exhibit Packet V.
我现在要分享我的屏幕以前呈递的证据V，
Can everyone see what's on my screen?
大家可以看到我的
Yes.
屏幕吗？是的。
All right. I'm going to go down now to page 5 in the packet. And first we'll start with Supervisor Rabakowski.
我到第5页请这个房子的监督看。
Supervisor, is this an accurate plot or map of the parcels that are at issue in this case?
Yes.
请问这幅图是不是正确的描述了今天这个案件的这个地上的事情？是的。
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
and Supervisor, have you reviewed LNI's records for and inspected the properties at 1535 East Cheltenham Ave and the other surrounding properties at issue in this case?
你有没有看过他们检查这个地上的这个建筑的这个报告？
Yes.
And is the property that's currently highlighted in blue here 1535 East Cheltenham Ave?
那现在这个 展示上面标示蓝色那一块，是不是就是这个我们讨论的地址1535啊？这个号码。
I know it is one of the properties on Cheltenham Avenue. I do not have the exact address, but it is one of the properties in violation.
我知道是在这个地方，可是我不敢我不敢明确的说这个就是违规的这个房子。
Well, let's move now to the next page in the packet, page 6. Is this the specific retaining wall at issue?
This is.
我们
Sorry.
我们看到第6页，请问这个是不是就是违规的这个防水墙？
Yes, this is the retaining wall that is in question. It runs parallel to the properties on Cheltenham, and it runs perpendicular or joins the common shared driveway along Sylvester.
是的啊，那
Oh, sorry.
是的，这一面墙呢，它是跟这条街道平行，然后也是跟这个我们讨论的房子是垂直的。
So does this retaining wall sit sort of at the intersection here of this T where there are these pink lines?
所以在地图上看到是不是就在这个T 字路口的这个地方，刚刚讲的这面墙？
It is. It's on, in fact, just as you moved your cursor over, it is over to the left and down a little. It runs, it's right there, right behind that property, the second of the red line.
是的，就是您刚刚鼠标指的地方啊，在那个第2条红线的后面。
Now I'm just going to go through pages 6 through 11. Are all of those records that LNI keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
这个6到11页这个地方是不是就是它的这个房子做生意的地方？
And are these
Yeah.
records created by an inspector through the ordinary course of their duties?
这个是不是这个检察员在他们平常检查的时候发现的？
Each one of the photographs has a date stamp and login for each inspector that took the photograph in the case file for the retaining wall.
那每一个照片上面都有日期，还有这个检察员的名字啊。
And specifically, this photograph from 2022, does it show the bulge or lean of the particular retaining wall?
那这个2022年的这个图片有没有看到这个挡土墙开始有点凸出来？答案是有。
Yes.
And this photograph from 2024, does it show an increase in that bulge or lean?
2024年这张照片是不是看到这个凸出来的地方越来越严重了？
It shows that this area is still a unsafe condition.
是这个照片显示这个还是不安全的。
And as of the last reinspection, is this still currently the state of this retaining wall?
从上次检查到现在，这个挡土墙目前是不是还是这个状态？
It is.
是的。
Have any permits been pulled or permit applications submitted to fix this retaining wall?
有没有任何申请这个来修这个墙的申请？答案是没有。
No.
Did LNI ask the streets department to determine who is responsible for repairs to this retaining wall?
请问这个执照检查部门有没有认定是谁应该来修这个墙？
Yes.
有。
What is the document that I currently have on screen?
我在这个屏幕上现在显示的文件是什么文件？
This is a determination of responsible letter issued by the streets department for the retaining wall that illustrates the responsible parties for the repair.
这个是政府的一个文件说明认定这个修理这个防土墙的责任是在谁的身上。
Just for the record, the highlighting is not in the original document. It's been added to this exhibit.
我就要说明这个我黄标出来的这个不是在原始文件上有的，只是我把它标出来，让大家能够清楚的看到。
What properties that are listed in this document are responsible for the repair of the retaining wall?
在这个文件上有没有您看到是哪一个房子的这个这个房主需要负责修这个墙呢？
Bottom, the conclusion, responsibility for repairs to be a jointly equally between the property owners of 1535 through 53 East Cheltenham.
这个讲到说这个责任应该由1535到53大概是1553号在 East Charlton Avenue 的住户平均分担。
5808 through 54 Oakland Street and 5813 through 61 Sylvester Street.
另外还有5808到505是 Oakland Street， 还有5800号这整条街口的 Silver Street， 还有 Oakland Street 这些住户。
And was this document created by a streets department employee in the ordinary course of their duties?
请问这个文件是不是由这个市政府的职员在他例行检查的时候发现然后写的？
Yes.
是的。
And is it kept by L&I in the ordinary course of its business?
那是不是也在这个证照检查部门他们有保留这个记录，按照往例？
Yes.
是的。
I have no further questions on direct for Mr. Rybakowski, but I would ask if any of the appellants have questions for cross-examination.
Yes.
好，我现在没有问题了。然后等一下，如果辩方有问题的话，我可能还会再继续的询问。
Okay, I'm not certain how many of the appellants are present, but let's do this. If there is a spokesperson for the group, please identify yourself. If not,
我不晓得有多少这个上诉人在现场如果你们有委托一位代表来代表你们说话的，请这位代表表明您自己的身份。
Okay, if we don't have a selected representative to speak for the group, then I would ask anyone of the named parties, the appellants, who would like to speak or ask a question of the inspector, please use the raised hand symbol on your computer. I will acknowledge you and call on you at that time.
如果没有一个代表的话，那所有在这里上诉人都可以表达您的意见请您在您的这个上面举个手，然后我会叫您然后您再可以开始讲话。
Is there anyone present who has a question? Oh, okay. Ms. Jennifer Carter, please unmute and allow the interpreter to speak before you identify yourself.
现在有一位 Jennifer Carter 女士，请打开您的话筒来讲话。
Hello.
Yes. Give us your
Hi.
name and your address.
请您先讲您的名字，还有您的地址。
Jennifer Carter, 5833 Sylvester Street.
Jennifer Carter, 5835 Sylvester Street.
Okay, what is your question?
请问您的问题是什么？
The reason for my appeal is because
No, ma'am. No. Do you have a question specifically of the inspector based on his testimony? You can give your testimony in a moment, but do you have a question for the inspector?
No, I do not. I misunderstood.
Okay, thank you.
现在只是开放时间来询问这个检察员如果没有问题要针对检察员，请等下再讲。
Okay, is there anyone else who would have a question? Please use the raised hand symbol so I I can acknowledge your interest in asking a question.
如果任何人对这个检查报告有问题，可以请举手啊，我会请您来提出您的问题。
Oh, Ms. Golden, ma'am, okay, there's a raised hand symbol at the bottom of your screen, but we'll call on you now. Please give us your name and address, please.
My name is Diane Golden, and I live at 5848 Oakland Street.
Okay, what is your
And
name?
my question for
Okay, wait a
Mr.
minute. Well, let's let the interpreter catch up. My apologies.
我的名字叫Diane Golden， 我住在5848 Oakland Street， 然后请讲您的问题。
My question is, do you know what basis the streets department determined responsibility?
请问您知不知道这个街道部他们是在什么的基础上，按照什么基础来决定这些我们有责任？
Mr. Rabakowski?
I know they used the deeds and the construction plot plans for their surveys and how they conduct their surveys, and we issued the violations according to their documentation.
我们是按照这个地契，还有当时建筑的这个建筑图案，还有我们测量的这些资料来做出决定。
Any additional questions, Ms. Golden?
Golden 女士，您还有其他的问题吗？
You're muted, ma'am. So if you have a question, I can't hear you. Do you have an additional question?
您刚刚是静音，所以如果您有讲话的话，我没听到。您有其他的问题吗？
Let the
For the record,
reflect
she is
that
shaking her head no.
Okay, thank you.
她摇头表示没有。
If there are no further questions for
I
Supervisor
have it.
Rabakowski,
I'm raising
Ma'am?
my hand
Okay.
here.
Ms. Ho?
Okay.
No. When I say the raised hand signal, at the bottom of your screen, there is
Oh.
a
Oh,
button
I
you can push
apologize.
that will give me a raised hand on the screen.
好
So
的，
that's how
举
that's
手。
done.
举手不是叫您在屏幕前举起你自己的手，而是在这个 Room 的下方有一个举手的标签啊，你要按那一
Oh
个
my
举手。
gosh. I
Okay.
couldn't see the hand here.
Okay, Ms. Ho, what is your address?
Yeah, I got a question
No,
that.
give us your address. Give us your
请
name.
你
and your
讲
address.
Yeah, the address is 5855 Sylvester Street.
Okay, just one moment.
Sure.
请您讲您的地址啊，我的地址是5855 Sylvester Street。
Okay, ma'am, our records indicate you have a lawyer who's representing you today?
这边记录上您有请一位律师来协助您是吗
No.
？No，
She.
没有。
So you didn't hire Mr. Robert Cole to represent you?
你没有雇佣 Robert Cole 先生来代表您？
No, not in the court here, but he's my other lawyer. If he just gave me the information.
Okay.
没有啊，他只是在其他的事情上帮助我，给了我一些信息、一些资料。
Okay, ma'am, what is your question?
请问您的问题是什么？
My question is that I think Mr. Cohen showed those pictures of the pages about the wall. The page number 5, there is a big tree behind the wall.
Okay,
So
now,
I'm
what is
just,
you have to ask a specific question. What's the question?
my question is that the wall broken, is that because the root of the tree?
我们看到图片第5页啊，那个防土墙的后面有一棵树啊。我的问题是，这个墙的损坏是不是因为这个树根造成的？
The department is not going to issue on what caused the condition. The department issues the notice that there is an area of concern. In this case, it is the retaining wall. The retaining wall is a unsafe condition in that it is out of plumb and leaning towards the right of way. And it is
Okay,
a
Mr.
unsafe
Robakowski,
condition.
just slow down a little bit. He has to catch up with you.
Sorry.
好，我们的这个检查报告不会说明是什么原因造成这个损坏，我们只会讲说这个有损坏会造成有安全的问题。
May I
No, he
say
has to continue
something?
his, no. He has to finish his answer.
Oh,
It's a unsafe condition that needs to be repaired.
就是我们会说明这里这个情况是不安全的，必须要修理。
So,
yes. For the picture of that house, that this many houses that affected by this problem, that is for the everybody driving by, drive through, drive out, drive in. If that is caused by the tree, that really
I'm going to object at this point. This is not relevant to our proceeding. It may be relevant to a later civil proceeding between the parties, but it is not relevant to the unsafe conditions here.
何女士是说这个，因为很多车子经过这里，我们也还是要了解这个问题的根源是可能是这棵树这个政府的律师表达说这个跟这件案件修理的这个事情没有关系，可能以后这些需要负责修理的这些住户可以另外有一个民事诉讼来厘清到底是什么原因造成的，然后请求提出补偿。
The objection is sustained.
提出的抗议有效。
Ms. Ho, you have to ask a specific question, okay?
Uh-huh.
We will allow you to give a statement later, but this is a specific question, and to keep them short so that the interpreter can keep up.
何女士，我现在只是请您提问，如果您要表达您自己的意见陈述的话，是等一下的事情，而且请您讲的简短一点，让翻译能够跟得上。
Okay. My question is that if everybody responsible for this wall, then if we only pay the penalty, can we solve this problem? Or we have to find the builder to get all the certification, blah, blah, blah.
如果说有责任的住户愿意就负担罚款，是不是问题就解决了？还是说有责任的住户必须要申请执照，然后请包工来把墙修好？
Mr. Cohen, I'm not sure if that's for you or Mr. Robakowski.
I think the witness should attempt an answer. I can deal with everything out later.
不晓得是谁来回答比较合适，请问这个监督。
The repairs need to be made via a contractor making the repairs to this wall via a permit being issued.
所以有责任的住户需要找包商来把这个墙修好。
Alex's make it please.
What I also will do now, because we're going to, we have some issues with timing and the interpreter. I'm going to limit anyone else to 3 questions maximum. Then we can come back to you later if we need to.
因为翻译的时间的限制，所以我会要求每一个人最多可以问3个问题。有更多的问题的话，可以等一下再来询问。Mr. Chairman, this is interpreter. I do not have anything after 2:30, so if we need to extend a little bit, I'm okay.
Thank you.
I would point out that Mr. Rebekowski was due in the Tax Review Board hearings 15 minutes ago. If we could please wrap his direct and cross up.
Okay, sure.
Anyone else? 这位监督他已经有另外一个会议，他已经迟了，所以不是翻译的问题。如果有针对这位监督有任何的问题，可以请尽快提问。
Does anyone else have a question that has not been asked?
还有没有任何人有问题？针对监督有问题的还没有提出来，可以现在提出来。
Okay, because we will give you opportunity to make your statements. at a later moment, but for now, anyone who has a question of the inspector that has not been asked, please identify yourself.
如果对这位检察员他这个有任何问题的话，可以现在提出来。等一下有时间来让您表达您自己的意见，表达您的陈述。现在是问题时间。
Okay. Okay, thank you. I believe that's all in terms of questions at the moment, Mr. Cohen. So Mr. Rabakowski can be released.
好的，
Thank
那
you.
在检察员的监督，可以没有问题，他可以先离开。
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
谢谢，祝大家周末愉快。
In that case, I would actually move on to page 2 in the city's packet, which is just a restatement of the law.
我现在要到这个文件的第2页，这里就是讲到法律条文的规定。
So under the Pennsylvania
Mr.
statutes.
Cohen, Mr. Cohen,
Sorry.
before you go forward, may I ask, can
Sorry.
you enlarge your exhibit just a little bit?
Absolutely.
我们请科汉先生把这个屏幕的字体放大。
Is that better?
这样的好一些了吗？
Yes, it's a little bit better. A little bit more would be helpful for me.
好一点，可是如果能够更大的话，对我更有帮助。
All right, how about now?
现在呢？
Yes, thank you.
谢谢。
Excellent. So the Pennsylvania statutes at issue establish that the Department of Public Works, which in this case is that responsibility has been given to L&I, is empowered to abate nuisances such as issues with retaining walls.
那在这里有规定，就是宾州法律的规定，宾州公务局的规定，这种比较微小的事情可以交由执照跟检察部门来执行。
And one of the key parts that's highlighted here is upon the neglect or refusal of the registered owners abutting on, having use of, or actually using the retaining wall at issue.
特别是关于这个防土墙这一类的问题这个执照跟检察部门他们可以来执行要求修理。
And scrolling down to the next page, page 3 in the city's packet.
到市政府的文件里面的第3页。
If L&I, the Department of Public Works, does actually do repairs, L&I can then charge the cost and expense of those repairs upon the said owners in proportion to the width of their properties abutting thereon or having use thereof by deed or otherwise.
那这个修理好以后呢，这个执照跟监督部门检察部门可以按照每一个有责任的屋主他房子的宽度还有他使用的这个程度来决定每个人的负担。
And just under the Philadelphia Code, Section A101, this is what transfers responsibility from the Department of Public Works to L&I and the Streets Department.
那这里就是讲到由这个从这个公务部门把这个修理墙的责任移转到证照跟监督部门还有街道部门的一个文件。
So, thank you. So when we go down to the determination of responsibility here, that's essentially adding facts to those pieces of law, saying that these particular properties are responsible under that law for this particular retaining wall.
那刚刚的说明就是还有这边讲到就是原来讲到负责就是有责任的这些住户呢是承担责任是符合上述讲的法律基础的。
And with that, the city would enter its exhibits V1 through V7, this entire packet, into the record.
那在这个时候市政府要把刚刚讲的 V1 到 V7 的这个证据交给这个委员会纳入证据。
And if you'll permit me, I'm going to stop sharing this packet and share on my screen the packet labeled P.
如果许可，我把刚刚这个 V 的证据 拿下来，然后分享 P 证据。
Just for the record, every notice of violation that's at issue in this appeal and all of the appeal forms are found in this packet according to the table of contents on the first few pages.
这个所有提出上述的这些资料呢，在这个头几页在这里都有列下来。
And in particular, there are, starting on the second page, certain procedural issues the city wants to preserve. So I'll just very quickly go through them once the translators translated this.
那第2页就讲到一些程序上的一些程序。那政府要保留一些权利。
The city wishes to preserve that the following appeals are untimely.
政府表示说，下面这一些申请上诉的时间有点晚了，没有按照规定的时间来提出。
Appeal number 4, filed by Min Lu and Zhang Zheng, 44 days after the NOV.
这个明卢跟建真，他是迟了44天才申请。
Appeal number 5, Stephen Fugel, filed 104 days after the NOV.
那第5号的这个 Stephen and Judith Fugel，他们迟了104天。
Appeal number 12, Anchor Realty Northeast, filed 1,028 days after the NOV.
那案件的第12号案件这个 Anchor Realty Northeast， 他们迟了1028天才来提出申请。
I'd also point out that the NOV at issue in that appeal was actually issued to Arthur and Kim Hines and not Anchor Realty.
那其实他这个案件呢是 Arthur Kim Hines， 不是这个 Anchor Realty。
Mr. Cohen, I didn't quite understand what the relationship between those two parties.
Neither do I. That's a problem.
我不了解这2个不同的单位有什么不同我们也不了解，所以这个也是问题的之一。
So in addition to timeliness, we also have a standing issue here?
Yes, and if we could put a pin in that on the next page, I actually have the deed for that property. We can go over that in a minute.
所以不只是时间的问题，他还有这个有没有资格来申请上诉我们可以把这注明一下，我们等一下再来按照这个地契来看。
So number 13, appeal number 13, Tara Williams, filed 32 days after the NOV.
第13号案件 Tara Williams 他们迟了32天。
Appeal number 17, Arsenio Mendoza, filed 39 days after the NOV.
然后17号案件 Arsenio Mendoza 晚了这个39天。
Appeal number 18, Min Lu, filed 44 days after the NOV.
第18号案件明卢晚了44天。
Appeal number 19, also filed by Min Lu, but for a different parcel, filed 47 days after the NOV.
案件号码第19号也是明卢他们是不同的地点不同的地址，也是晚了47天。
Number 20, David Stewart Jr., filed 1,013 days after the NOV. I do want to point out for the record, there is number 21, also filed by the same appellant, which is timely. Number 20 is the untimely one.
那第20号这个David Stewart 他们迟了1013天。另外我要提出来，案件第21号也是由同样这位屋主提出来的，那个是按时间提出的。
Number 22, Jamal Abdullah, filed 33 days after the NOV.
案件第22号 Jamal Abdullah 也是迟了30几天。
Finally, on the final table of contents page, page 3.
在目录的最后一页，第3页。
I have 4 deeds, one to 1553 East Cheltenham, another to 5836 Oakland Street.
这几个地址1553 East Cheltenham Street 还有5850 5836 Oakland Street。
5850 Oakland Street and 5845 and the rear parcel of Sylvester Street.
刚刚讲到的还有5845，还有5845后面 Sylvester Street 这4个地址。
1555 East Cheltenham, appeal number 5. The appellants no longer own the property, so there's no longer standing.
案件第5号，这个房契上的这个人，他现在已经不拥有这个房产了啊，所以他的申请就无效，他没有这个立场能够来申请。
So 1553 East Cheltenham
That's correct.
is no longer owned by Stephen J. Fugel.
That's correct.
Interpreter?
For appeal.
确认一
sorry.
下啊，确认一下1553号 East Charlton Avenue 第5号案件，是谁拥有？是 Stephen Judith Fugel？
So that should be withdrawn and rewritten, I suppose, to a new owner, correct?
Well, yes, except that. Well, actually, let's translate that first.
那是不是应该把这个案件注销，由新的这个屋主来提出申请呢？
So the NOV could be closed or reissued to the new owner. However, if L&I moves forward with an abatement action and then charges the costs to the remaining owners other than the owner of 1553 East Cheltenham, then the remaining owners could ask for a contribution from 1553 East Cheltenham's current owner.
如果这个证照检查部门同意要来修理，然后现在的这个屋主就是前面的屋主要负担，可是前面的屋主可以向现在的屋主来请求补偿。
And moving on to appeal number
Well, wait,
12.
Mr. Cohen, I assume you have multiple addresses that don't have new owners, correct?
所以是不是有很多这些房子的拥有人都已经房子都已经换了主人了？
Let me ask this procedural question. For all of these properties that have been identified, there is public notice of the violation, correct?
程序上我有问你哈，所有这些地址，他们我们有公告过这个违规的事情是吗？
Yes, that's correct. And I would add that anyone who sells a property and obtains a property certificate from L&I prior to the sale, that property certificate lists these violations.
Okay.
是的哈，这个所有这些房子当时在卖的时候都会有把这个证照检查部门关于这个需要修理的事情，应该会包括在卖房子的这个
Okay, it isn't the position of the board to determine how L&I should operate or the law department. But in this instance, given the nature of this case, interpreter.
好的，那我们这个证照检查委员会，我们还需要讨论下面的事情。
I would assume we would want to keep all of the addresses in the case, and the new owners just have to be notified.
我们就是在所有这些地址里面，如果是新的屋主的话，我们都需要通知他们。
Well, part of the problem at issue here is this case has been open for over two and a half years now.
Okay.
这个问题是这个案件已经有2年半的时间了，都还在这个开通的状态。
Well, the violation remains with the address, so that's okay. So
True, and there's also the buyer beware. If you buy a
Yes.
property, you should check the current condition of that property prior to purchase.
Correct.
好，那这个无论如何，这些住户这些地址呢是有这个责任的。那买主在你买这个房地产之前，也应该要了解一下相关的情况。
Now, you gave us those Oakland Street addresses. Are they also change of ownership issues?
Well, yes, I was going to move on to those next.
您讲到这个 Oakland Street 也有这个东西，是不是也改了这个屋主？是的，我现在要来讨论这2个。
For efficiency's sake, I was wondering if there's a way to stipulate so we don't have to go through each address.
如果为了时间的缘故，我们可能不要一个一个地址来看，好吗？
Try to be as quick as possible, but unfortunately, the issues are slightly different with each.
Okay.
我也愿意尽快的进行，可是每一个房子它的情况都不太一样。
So number 12, 5836 Oakland Street is currently owned by Arthur and Kim Hines, but the appeal was not submitted by them. It was submitted by a third party, Anchor Realty.
12号现在的屋主没有错，是 Arthur King Hines， 可是提出上诉的是不是他们，而是第三方叫做 Anchor Realty 提出的。
Well, let's ask, is either Arthur or Kim Hines present?
我们请问这个 Arthur 跟 Kim 有没有人在现场？
Arthur or Kim Hines?
Arthur Kim
5836 Oakland Street.
5836 Oakland Street 有没有人代表在现场？
Okay, let's note that for the record, that no one's responding. We'll go back. We'll deal with that at the end, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you.
好的，我们注明一下，这没有人出席，我们会注明一下，到会议最后再来看。
And then we have number 16, 5850 Oakland Street. This was sold to the Birkenholtzes. It is no longer owned by appellant Anna Colazzo.
然后5850号，这个房子呢已经卖给 Daniel Jodis Burkholz，不再是 Anna Colazzo 拥有。
Is the Burkholz, anyone representing the interests of 5855 Oakland Street? The Burkholz, are you present?
请问 Burkholz 家里面有没有人出席在今天的会议里面？
Okay, please continue.
请继续。
And finally, number 29, 5845 and the R unit for Sylvester Street are owned currently by George Clark, not by Jeanette Clark, who would need to explain how she is aggrieved by the notice that was issued to George Clark.
Okay.
好的，那这个5854还有5854后侧 Sylvester Street。 已经卖给 George Clark 了，那我们就要了解这个 Jeanette Clark 他跟这个有什么关系提出上诉。
With that, the city would move its P exhibit packet, exhibits P1 through P68 into the record.
那这个政府方希望把 P1 到 P68这个案件正式加入这个案件的记录里面证据。
And with that, the city rests its case.
市政府没有其他的事情需要再提出。
I'd like to check though, see if the Burkholzes are present. My apologies, strike that. George Clark, is George Clark present?
请问 George Clark 先生在现场吗？
George Clark is not present either.
也没有
I
出席。
did see Jeanette Clark on the Zoom.
Okay, but she's no longer
Jeanette
the
Clark.
party to this matter, correct?
She's the appellant. She would have to explain how she has standing.
Okay, is Jeanette Clark present?
请问 Jeanette Clark 在现场吗？我们要了解他为什么他觉得他可以有资格提出上诉。
Okay, Jeanette Clark is not responding either.
There is a party with their hand raised.
有一个
Yeah,
人举手。
that's the one named Jackie. That's not Jeanette Clark. I just want to get through.
We don't know for sure that the name
Good
Jack.
point. Ma'am, if you unmute yourself and tell us your name.
请您打开您的话筒，告诉我们您的名字。
Hi, my name is Jackie Butler, and my address is 5832 Oakland.
Okay, we'll come back to you. I'm trying to determine whether or not Jeanette Clark is present. So we'll
好，
have
我
to
们等
keep your hand raised. We'll come back to you. Remute yourself.
我们现在主要是要问这个 Jeanette Clark 有没有在现场啊？我们可以等一下再来听您的发言。
Okay, all right. Ms. Cohen, any additional witnesses?
No, but for the record, I don't see 5832 Oakland as an appeal before this board.
还有我另外一个事情，我没有其他证人，不过我要看到说5832刚刚那位女士讲的地址没有在这个名单
Let's
上。
address that. President, Jackie, unmute yourself again. Did you submit an appeal?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you
Jackie
can't
女士，
speak
你
on
有
this hearing.
Jackie 女士，你有提出上诉吗？如果你没有的话，她没有，没有的话，这个主席说你没有资格在这个听证会来发言。
Okay, Mr. Cohen, any additional witnesses?
No, thank you.
Any additional information that we need to have on the record before we open it up to the appellants?
没有其他的证人，没有其他的说明。如果没有的话，我们要请上诉人来发言。
Nothing additional from the city side, possibly from closing.
市政府目前没有任何的额外的发言啊，可能等一下最后在总结的时候会发言。
Okay, now let's open things up. I would ask that anyone who has submitted an appeal, that means your address was called earlier and you are the owner of that property. If you are a tenant in that property, then you do not have standing to speak in this matter. It's the owner of record that we have to hear from because that is the individual or the company that will be responsible for the repairs to the wall. So, and I'd ask you also to be very short in what you present and not to repeat what someone else says.
好的，那接下来请这个在刚刚所有讲到有责任的这些名单上的人，如果你有提出上诉，而且您是这个屋主啊，您可以发言，可是请你这个简短扼要的来说，不要把别人已经讲的再重复讲。如果您是上述这些地址的房客的话，您没有资格在这次听证会发言，因为修理的成本是要由屋主来负担，不是房客来负担。
Thank you. Ms. Christina Ayala, please give us your name and address, please. Unmute.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question before
Yep.
we hear from the witness?
Yep.
Mr. Cohen, yeah. Where's the interpreter?
May I speak now?
Just for a moment, the interpreter has to
Okay.
catch up.
好，在请这个上诉人发言之前，还有一个问题要问 Mr. Cohen。
This is a question for Mr. Cohen.
这个问题是针对Cohen 先生提出。
Mr. Cohen, I just want to confirm that the violation notice refers to a wall behind the property at 1535 East Cheltenham Avenue. Is that correct?
我就是要确认一下这个违规讲到这个防土墙，它是在1535 East Charlton Street 这个财产的后面是吗？
That is correct, and I'm not going to share them all on screen, but all of the notices at issue are in the city's P packet.
是的，那我也不再多重复。刚刚讲到所有相关的这些房子，有责任的，在我们刚刚递交的 P 文件里面都有详细的列出来。
Wall is along a shared driveway affecting.
I'm sorry. Pardon me, Mr. Pincus. This is the reporter. I'm having great difficulty hearing. I think Miss Ayala might need to be muted temporarily.
Yeah, Ms. Ayala, please mute yourself for a moment. We'll call you back. We'll call on you next.
因为有很多背景杂音，我们听得很不清楚可能先请Ayala女士静音，我们等一下再叫你还要继续询问 Mr. Cohen。
This wall is along a common driveway shared by all of the appellants here.
所以这个墙是在一个很长的这个车道，刚刚讲到这些所有其他的住户一起共用的车道，是吗？
If I could share my screen again, going to page 5 in the packet. There's a driveway along the back of East Cheltenham Ave, and then another driveway that is between the Sylvester and Oakland, sort of parallel to the Sylvester and Oakland properties. And if we go to, sorry.
My question is very.
刚刚的地图显示说，这个墙它是在2条共享的车道那里包括 East Charlton、Sylvester， 还有另外一条 Oakland 在街道这个上面。
And if we take a look at this photograph on page 6, you can actually see that wall and its cracks are exactly at that T intersection between both of the driveways.
您从地图上可以看到这个防土墙裂的地方，正好就在这个 T 字路口。刚刚讲的，给您看地图上面那个 T 字路口那里。
Question. The owner of the property that abuts this portion of the wall has not filed an appeal. Is that correct?
问题就是这个房子的主人他没有提出上诉，是吗？
That's correct. And actually, the owner of 1535 East Cheltenham has changed since 2022. And I believe the current owner of the property is here, but as I've informed him previously over email, he doesn't have an appeal before the board. It would be the previous owner who would have had to have filed an appeal.
是的，好，那实际上这个1535 East Charlton 这个房子呢，在2022年换了主人，这个新的主人可能在现场他是没有提出上诉，可能前面那个屋主有提出上诉。
Okay, let's get. Okay, let's go back to Miss Ayala. Ma'am, you had a statement you want to give?
Yes, please. I'm 5814 Oakland Street.
Okay.
This is very important. They did fail to submit pictures to you that we have a separate driveway. We do not share Sylvester Street driveway at all. Cheltenham is a dead end. We have a separate driveway when we come to the back of our houses behind our properties on Oakland Street. Sylvester Street is elevated and has their own private driveway. So that common wall where it meets, Oakland Street Properties does not share that driveway. We have our own, and they should have submitted the pictures to you of that. They don't have them in there. And the second thing is on our deeds, we have rear yard.
Wait, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
What I've asked you to do is to ask everyone just to speak in short sentences that the interpreter can interpret, because he's interpreting into Mandarin. So all the neighbors can understand. So the interpreter, can you summarize what she just said?
Just want to confirm. So the Oakland use a different driveway. They do not go through. Okay.
Yes.
好的。
The pictures of that.
刚刚这个市政府方他们没有提出另外的照片就是我们在 Oakland 的居民呢，其实我们有另外一条路，我们不需要走刚刚这个它显示出来这个路，因为往这个Sylvester 那边是有一个坡那边那样走，我们是走另外一条路的。
Okay, Mr. Cohen, would you put up that map again, please, so that we can have some clarity on what?
And though it is unorthodox, if I'd be allowed to respond?
Yes, please.
请柯文先生把刚刚的地图再重新放出来，然后他希望能够等一下也重新的能够回答这个问题。
Okay, so now the issue is the question Ms. Ayala raised is a matter of the wall that's supporting Sylvester Street and Oakland Street. Could you point that out on the map, please?
刚刚这个 Ayala 女士的问题是有关这个 Sylvester Street 跟 East Cheltenham Street， 可不可以请您指出来这个位置？
Yeah, we don't share.
Oh, no, ma'am. No. I asked the question. Mr. Cohen is going to describe it for us.
我们要请柯文先生来跟我们说明。
Mr. Cohen?
I think the confusion stems from what have use of means as a legal term.
这个我们可能现在讨论问题就是说，这个有没有使用或者有没有需要使用，这个是一个法律上的名词。
So the driveways here at this T intersection don't connect, but they do share the same common use of the retaining wall on page 6.
虽然那个街道没有连接构成跟它没有连接，可是他们有这个共同使用的使用到这个防土墙的这个情况。
So if this wall collapses, then it potentially causes a collapse of the driveway that's just to the left in this photo.
如果这个防土墙倒的话呢，那这个照片左边那面墙也会倒。
So for that reason, it is all of the properties along Sylvester, Oakland, and Cheltenham Streets.
Ma'am, you can't speak, ma'am. You cannot speak while someone else is speaking, okay?
Sorry.
You will be given a turn to respond, but please, we have to do this in an orderly fashion. Okay, what I'd like you to do is go back to the map, Mr. Cohen, and show us the relationship of Sylvester Street and Oakland Street and Cheltenham Avenue.
请柯文先生回到地图，说明这3条街道的关系 ，Sylvester， 还有这个East Cheltenham， 还有 Oakwood 这3条街道的 关系。
So here we have down at the bottom, Cheltenham Avenue, that runs in a southeast direction.
最下方East Cheltenham Street， 它是这个东南方向的街道。
In the upper left-hand corner, we have Sylvester Street, which runs in a northeast direction.
那 Sylvester Street 它是往西北方向。
And then we have the properties on Oakland Street to the right, which also runs parallel to Sylvester Street.
然后这个现在鼠标的地方 Oakland Street， 它是跟 Sylvester Street 是平行的。
And
And
so I
again,
guess the
the-
question that's being raised by Ms. Ayala and probably others is that the Sylvester Street properties that face on, my apologies, the Oakland Street properties that face onto Oakland Street, do the rear of those properties go all the way back and connect to the rear of Sylvester Street?
请问这个在这个门口在 Oakland Street 上面的这些房子，它是不是后门就是紧紧对着 Sylvester Street 那一头街道的房子的后门？
I think the issue is not that the properties go all the way back, it's that the properties rely on the retaining walls that are along this T intersection to keep the earth in place so that their properties don't get encroached on in the event of a collapse.
Okay, so, okay, let's hear the interpreter.
所以问题不是在这两个房子是不是背对背，而是这个如果这个墙倒的话，会影响到整个地区的这个街道。
And in
So-
fact, with your permission, I'd like to
Well,
switch
just
to
one
the P
moment.
packet.
Yeah, just one moment, Mr. Cohen. Is it the position of the city that the rear yards of Sylvester Street and Oakland Street meet on the property line? Is that correct?
所以是不是市政府的这个立场是说，这个Sylvester Street 它的背面还有这个 Oakland Street 的背面，他们都分享同样这个车道，是吗？
So it's the position of the city that the properties on Oakland Street have the use of these alleyways. And to show that, I will actually switch to the P packet.
Sure, okay.
市政府的立场是这个 Oakland 跟 Sylvester 的这个街道上呢，他们都有使用这个巷道我可以用下面的文件或者是图片来说明。
So here, and bear with me, I will make this bigger. Is that better?
Yes.
Translation?
我就是把照片放大一点，请大家可以看到。
This is Cities Exhibit P67 starting on page 153, but we're looking on page 154 in the packet.
那这个是市政府提出的证据 P63在153页、154页开始。
This is for the sale of the property at 5850 Oakland Street. If you'll permit me, I would just want to find that address on the deed. Here, premises 5850 Oakland Street.
这个是这个5850 Oakland Street 他们卖房子的一个地契。
And down here on page 155, we actually see containing the front or breadth and width an alleyway together and down here together with the free and common use right, privilege and liberty and privilege of those two 12-feet driveways and 15-feet driveway / alleyway.
Okay, and those
这里
driveway-
有明确的说明在他卖这个房子的时候，他们包括这个房子有权利使用这两条巷道，12尺的巷道，还有一条是15尺的巷道。
Now,
他们
those
有权利。
driveways on that map that you showed us earlier, or is there a different map that shows that driveway?
请问这两个巷道是不是您刚刚地图上展示出来的、显示出来那个两个巷道呢？还是有不同的？
If you'll permit me, I'm going to share the V packet again.
Yes.
请您给我许可，我把刚刚那个地图的照片再放出来。
So I believe based on that description, we're talking about the two driveways that meet in this T.
就是刚刚讲到了两条巷道，就是这个两条梯形状的这个巷道。
But more importantly, the analysis was actually already done by the streets department. They poured over all the deeds and put all this information together.
Okay, now, if you could identify the address you just showed us, can you identify that property on that map?
刚刚这个就是街道他们已经看了所有的街道部门，他们看了所有的地契整理出来的资料。
If you can bear with me one moment.
请您在地图上把刚刚的这个地址给我看。
Though it's very difficult to tell because this is a grainy map. I believe 5850 Oakland is up in this area. It's one of these properties, which you can tell is actually very far away from the T intersection.
Correct.
因为这个
that's why I'm asking. Oh,
But that still has use of those alleyways in its deed.
but not to access their properties though.
因为这个地图 sorry. This interpreter, do you really need interpret everything? I don't know who I'm interpreting for.
You're interpreting for the resident at Ms. Zhang at 5857 Sylvester. She's the individual who requested an interpreter so she could understand the deliberation, the process.
This interpreter again. Can we make sure this person is present in this meeting right now?
Yeah, she was present. Ms. Yang, is you still present? Please identify yourself. Call her name, please.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes. Yeah.
She's still present. Okay.
Okay.
Just want to make sure you're still present. Okay, let's go back to Ms. Ayala. Ms. Ayala, get your final question on the record, and then we'll move on to someone else. Ms. Ayala?
Yeah, he states that, and just now that it's alleyways when there's not. He also stated that there's rear yards. So it's our driveway, a rear yard, Sylvester's rear yard, then their driveway. Those lots are deeded to us as a yard. So he just stated that. So the wall that's falling belongs to the yard that we don't have access to. We can't use it. We don't share it. To 5815 Sylvester Street.
Okay, ma'am, you have to stop so the interpreter can catch up with you. I know it's frustrating, but all of us have to be mindful of it.
Sorry, but it's been 3 times and
No, ma'am, please, no extra. This is going to take a long time to complete. This is complex. This is not easy.
Okay.
Let's move on. Actually, let's move on. Let's do this. Mr. Cohen, I believe your explanation is that although those people do not physically touch that intersection of those two alleys, their deeds give them access to those two alleys. Is that correct?
对，康文先生，虽然这些房子他们不见得直接使用或者是有使用这两条巷道，可是，在地契里面都有说明他们共同的享用这两条巷道，对吗？
Yes, that's correct. And likely because their yards benefit from the system of retaining walls that keep those alleyways structurally sound.
是的哈，那也因为这个防土墙它保护了这个两条巷道的安全。
All right, let's do this. Ms. Ayala, the issue that you've raised is important, but one of the answers to your question, you may want to consult a lawyer for yourself, but the property description in your deed provides you access to those two alleys. So, which means you're partially responsible according to the city. You want to interpret that, please?
姚女士，你刚刚提出来的问题很重要哈，不过市政府提出来就是说，因为你们的地契上面有明确的指出来你们有权利使用共同使用这两条巷道，所以您可以把您的这个顾虑告诉您的律师看看，请您的律师有没有什么法律的建议给您。
Okay, let's go. I want to hear from Ms. Gail Smith.
现在 Gail Smith 女士要发言。
Hello, this is Gail Smith, 5843 Sylvester for Mr. Kitzman. I just want to go back on Jeanette and George Clark. She is the neighbor of Mr. Kitzman at 5845 Sylvester.
Okay, let's continue. Let's
I
get the
thought the
interpreter.
interpreter was going to say, okay. And I just want to say, George passed away last November, and Mrs. Clark owns it. She's having a hard time getting on the call. I'm not with her. She's over at her home.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So
I'm
I
not
thought
sure
I
what
would
we
just
can
let
do
you know
about
that.
But, okay, thank you. Anything else?
For so far as for 5843 Sylvester, Mr. Kitzman doesn't even own the rear lot when he purchased it in 74, but I know we're not up to that.
Okay, but he has to be here to speak for himself, so.
I sent in the power of attorney. He's 94 years old. He's unable to.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
They
okay.
have the
All
power of
right, thank you.
attorney. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Carmen QQ, I'm not sure who that is. Unmute yourself, ma'am, and give us your name and address.
Hi, I'm guessing it's me. My name is Carmen Sanchez. My property is 1537 East Cheltenham Avenue.
What is that? What is that again?
1537 East Cheltenham Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
这位是
Okay, what is your statement? What would you like to share with us?
Okay, I was trying to wait for the translator, but okay. My question is more or less a little bit like Miss Ayala. I know that I'm dead end on the driveway here, but I want to know, my question is the responsibility of 5318, I'm not sure of the address on Sylvester, that lot comes from behind where those trees are at that are pushing out that wall. Who's responsible for that?
Okay, the city's position is that all of the addresses that benefit from the wall, I have a shared responsibility for the whole wall. That's the city's position.
Okay. My second question to me, I understand what the city is saying, but this is all stemming from whoever owns that lot.
Okay,
not
now, that may
maintaining it.
be, yes, ma'am, but that may be a civil matter between the neighbors and that individual. But in terms of the violation notices, that's what we're dealing with.
Okay. And my last question, I know that my neighbor at 1535 who recently purchased that property has spoken to some people originally about knocking down those trees and for us trying to repair that. But the answer that he gave me was that they couldn't touch those trees because they were also trying to find out who the owners were so that they could address the issue.
Okay, I'm not, okay, all right, thank you. All right, I don't hear the translators. The translator still with us, or did we lose the translator?
I am still here, but I wasn't given a chance to say anything.
Right. I
This
apologize.
interpreter, may I suggest that to be a little more efficient, maybe I'll skip on the part when they introduce their name and address, just
Okay.
adjust their statement. Would that be
That'd be fine.
acceptable to you?
Yes.
All
that'd
right,
be fine.
let's do that from this point on.
Miss Jennifer Carter.
下一位 Jennifer Carter 女士。
Hi, yes, I was Jennifer Carter, 5833 Sylvester Street.
Okay.
The reason for my appeal is I am not the owner of 5833R, and that is the plot of land on the other side of the driveway that is the retaining wall is holding up. I do not own that deed.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that violation should not have been served to you. You don't own that property.
Right,
I
that
can
was the
address that
reason for
briefly
my
after
appeal.
translation.
Carter
Miss-
女士的意思是说，她没有拥有您讲的我那块土地啊，所以她不应该受到这个违规的通知。
So there are two issues at play there. The first is that all of the Sylvester Street main lots do have use of those alleyways.
Okay, but in her instance, she's saying that 5833R is the responsible party?
But I'll get to that after the translator translates the first part.
市政府的回应是说，这个所有在面对Sylvester 街道，虽然他们仍然有使用这两条巷道的权利。
And the second part is that some of the deeds, particularly the older deeds, actually cover both the main Sylvester Street and the rear parcel, but they don't split out the addresses and don't necessarily say that they cover two separate OPA account numbers.
那这个有一些比较旧的地契上面呢，它没有把这个2块地，就是前面跟后面的放在一起啊。可是这个是所以他们没有这个分开来的 OPA 的账号。可是这个地契实际上是包括前后2侧。
So there is some legitimate confusion as to owners of the main Sylvester Street parcels, whether they also own the rear parcel.
也就是为什么有些 Sylvester 上面的居民，他们不知道，他以为他没有拥有这个后侧的这个财产啊，实际上是有。
Mr. Cohen, is it your position that both the main plot owner and the rear owners must share responsibility for the walls?
高焕先生，您的意思是不是说，无论是前面后面的，他们都共同要负担这个修墙的责任？
Correct, because where there are 2 deeds, one for the front and one for the rear, those deeds both in them have the use of those alleyways.
是的，哈，就算这个地契有分前后的话，那这在前后这个2个的地契里面都有说明，他们共同可以享用这2条街道巷道。
And where there is one deed that encompasses both front and rear parcels, that deed has use of those alleyways.
如果这块整块地只有1个地契的话，那这个地契上面也有说明，它是可以享用这个共同的巷道。
Mr. Cohen, may I ask a question for a point of clarification?
我可不可以问柯文先生，请澄清说明一个问题。
The addresses that are listed on our sheet for which appeals have been filed, but do not have an R listed to the name, listed to the address, do they also include rear parcels?
在我们提出上述的这个名单上面，如果它的这个地契上面没有 R， 就是没有后方这个的意思的话，那是不是表示我这个地契是包括前后2部分？
So as the board is already aware, when LNI issues a notice of violations, it goes by the parcel and not by the deed.
我们发出通知，这个证照检查部门发出通知的时候，是按照那块地，而不是按照那个地契。
So in these cases, LNI has issued for the Sylvester Street properties 2 notices, one for the front and one for the rear at each address.
那这个证照检查部门 LNI 他们对发出2份，如果它是有这个 R， 这个另外有一个D 的话，它也会收到1份。
And the confusion here stems from the fact that sometimes the front and rear will have 2 deeds, separate deeds each, and sometimes there'll be 1 deed covering front and rear.
那这个混乱的原因是因为有的时候有些地它是前后各有1个地契，那有些地它是前后1个地契，包括前后2部分。
So just for my edification, in the case of Ms. Jennifer Carter at 5833 Sylvester Street, a violation was issued only for the front parcel, not the rear parcel. Is that accurate?
可不可以澄清确认刚刚Carter 女士她的这个违规？ 只有5835前面的这个受到违规，后面的没有受到违规，是吗？
You'll permit me one moment.
请稍等，我看一下。
If I can read into the record, and
Yes,
the
please.
board can take judicial notice.
Okay.
Sylvester Street 5833 was issued notice of violation number, bear with me, it's pulling up right now, CF 2024-104780.
833号 Sylvester Street， 他们收到的通知是 CF 2024-104-780。
And 5833R Sylvester Street was issued CF 2024-105-725.
5833R 他们收到的是 CF 2024-105725的通知。
So there is a violation for, if, I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but there is a violation for 5833R Sylvester Street.
That's correct.
我就要确认一下，5833R 他们也有收到这个违规的通知。是的。
Ms.
And
Carter.
the appeal of Ms. Carter is that she is not the owner of 5833R. Is that correct, Ms. Carter? Is that?
That is
basis?
correct. When I purchased my home, I was informed that I was not purchasing that plot of land. I did go to City Hall about 20 years ago to see if I could assume responsibility for it and start paying taxes on it. And I was told I needed to find next of kin of the owner. So I am still not the owner.
那刚刚这个 Carter 女士的意思就是说，因为她没有拥有5833R，所以她没有责任承担5833R 的这个责任。答案是是的，因为这个我当初买的时候明确告诉我说5833R 不是我的财产。20多年前我到市政府去寻求，就是说我是不是可以来承担这部分的责任，把这个地归给我。市政府的答案是说，不可以，你要找到这个他们家属经过家属的同意才可以。
In the interest of time, the appeal filed by Ms. Carter that ends in 4085 is from the NOV issued to 5833 Sylvester, not the rear lot. So we don't need to delve into those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Carter 女士提出来的是关于5833没有5833R 的问题，所以我们不需要去讨论5833R 的问题。
Okay, Ms. Golden, you had your hand raised?
Yes. The city based there, 5848 Oakland Street.
Okay.
And their city based their responsibility issue based on the law that says driveway. And then Mr. Cohen started talking about the yards. We don't share the driveway, as Mr. Ayala, Miss Oyaya Christina said. We do not share the yards either.
Okay. Let's hear the interpreter.
我是5845号 Oakland 这个刚刚讲到说我们是有共享这个 driveway 或者是我们的院子跟他碰在一起，可是我们也没有我们的车道跟这个院子都没有跟这个巷道有相关。
Okay, Ms. Golden, I think the issue here though is that according to your deed, you can take a look at it or have someone work with you on it, makes you legally responsible for those walls. And that's the response to Ms. Ayala, is that your deed language makes you responsible for the walls.
那 Golden 女士请您回去看一下您的地契就像刚刚Ayala 女士提出来同样的，您的地契里面有明确的说明您有责任要来维护因为你共同享受这个巷道，所以你们有责任共同的维护这个巷道。
I thought at first that they based the responsibility issue on a law that does not suit us. And he started talking about the yards, not the driveway. It says driveway in the law.
Okay, let me have him repeat what he said, and then we'll move on.
他的纠缠在这个说的是指车道还是指院子？我们请龚伟先生重新把他的声明再说一遍。
Very briefly, the reason why have use of the legal term is used here is because it doesn't just mean using the actual driveway. It means that the driveway is supported by a series of retaining walls that support those yards.
这个文字上是说这个使用这个车道那实际上这是法律上的名词，它也不只是单单说你有没有用，而是说这个墙呢，它 这个防土墙是是保护或者是能够支撑这两个巷道。
Mr. Cohen, you presented to us a deed for one of the properties on, I believe it was Sylvester Street, Oakland Street. Is that correct? You
That's
have
correct.
I'll let the interpreter go.
This interpreter, maybe you complete your thought. It's easier instead of breaking, because I don't know where you're going. So
Okay.
if you give me complete thought, don't have to stop very short.
Fine. You read from one deed. You have reviewed all of the deeds that are up on the properties on Oakland, Sylvester, and East Cheltenham. And those deeds in their legal descriptions contain the specific easement language that you presented to us from the one deed that you showed us. Is that correct?
请问柯文先生您刚刚举了一个地契的例子给我们看，也就是他这个是不是您看过所有刚刚牵涉在这个案子里面的，在这个这个 Oakland 还有 Sylvester East Charlton Street 所有的地契你都看过，里面都有同样的文字，说这些地契都包括共同使用、共同维护这个巷道的责任。
Close, but not exactly.
我看了多数的几乎全部，可是不是全部。
The streets department surveyor, whose determination of responsibility is in the city's packet, that surveyor reviewed all of the deeds.
这个证据里面有讲到说，街道部门的这个测量员他看过所有的文件所以他提供给我们的他本人有看过所有的地契。
For the purposes of preparing for this hearing, I did review several of the deeds, but I did not come close to reviewing all of them.
那因为我要预备这个案子，所以我也看了很多的地契，可是我没有看到全部，我没有把所有的地契都看。
So the city's case relies on the surveyor and his determination of responsibility.
所以我们这个是依靠就是这个测量员他看过所有地契以后提出来的。
Yeah, we just want to go off the record just for a moment. We need to consider a technical matter. Just give us a moment, record. Do we have any additional questions? Because we want to move on if there aren't any additional questions.
请问还有没有其他的问题？没有其他的问题的话，我们要继续往下来进行。
Mr. Cohen, any closing argument?
柯文先生有没有最后要讲的话？
I think the board well understands these retaining wall issues and just that the determination of responsibility that we've submitted, the photos that we've submitted, and the map that we submitted showed the scope of the issue.
Okay, thank you. Before we vote on this matter, I just want to give this general statement. One, the board, of course, is we can't give you legal advice and wouldn't even attempt to. But what we will say to you is this, we recommend that all the neighbors come together as a group to determine how to approach this. You need to have competent legal advice. You need to have competent engineering advice to help you move forward, or the support of a contractor who does retaining walls. Legally, according to what the city has presented, many of you, or enough, all of you, are responsible for shared costs of the wall. So I would recommend that you have some collective thought about how to proceed.
好的，那这个市政府的说法就是这个责任是需要这个墙需要修，然后责任已经说明了，我们按照刚刚提出的证据。主席的说法是说，我们等一下就要来为这个事情来投票。我投票之前要说，我没有办法给您提供法律上的建议我只是建议你们这些所有的居民能够大家一起讨论然后寻求法律上的这个咨询，法律上的咨询，还有工程人员的咨询看看怎么样来面对这样的一个修理的事情。
Thank you. I see, Ms. Golden, your hand is up, but I'm not going to call on you because you've had an opportunity. I want to call on Ms. Carmen Rodriguez. After that, we will have the city give its closing argument before we vote. Ms. Rodriguez, your name and your address. You're muted, ma'am. Please unmute. You're still muted.
For the record, Ms. Rodriguez submitted appeal number 3, 1539 East Cheltenham Ave.
Okay.
Hello, and thank you for taking my question.
Yes.
My name is Carmen Rodriguez, 1539 East Cheltenham Avenue. My question is, Mr. Cohen stated that he was not able to review all of the deeds. So my question is, would the surveyor be responsible for reviewing all of those deeds?
刚刚空文先生说他没有看所有的地契，那是不是看地契的责任应该是在这位测量员的身上？
Mr. Cohen, do you have a response to that?
I was about to ask. Yes, the surveyor did review the deeds. That's in the determination of responsibility.
是的，测量员他有看所有的地契，在这个之后，他才决定出来是谁有责任，一起共同承担修理的责任。
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cohen, any? Yes, ma'am?
Yes, I have a statement also.
Okay, is it new information that we haven't heard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Please,
okay.
Is it short? It has to be short.
Yes, it's
okay?
very short.
Yes.
I've been in contact with the council member, Ketsi Lozado, and there is a person online with us right now who's going to be assisting us on applying for a neighborhood preservation initiative program. I believe they are on. Mr. Sloan Folks is on the call also.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cohen?
City doesn't have anything to add to that.
Okay, thank you. I would say to you that if there's an opportunity to work with your local council person and or state representative to get some support, please do that as a group. I can't stress that anymore. You have to work together as a group.
刚刚康门女士说，她有跟这个议员来联系，想要寻求这个市政府其他方面的协助。这个主席的建议还是一样啊，你们最好是一起来寻求这个议员的帮助啊。就是如果有任何的作为这个最好是团体的，因为单独一个人的很麻烦。
Just a moment before we vote. Hold on one moment.
好，请稍等，我们马上就投票。
Thank you. We're back on the record. We are prepared now to vote. I know that the city has put a number of matters on the record. We note that, and they will be considered, of course, if there's a further appeals. But for cases number 2 through 31, and that's beginning with 1537 East Cheltenham running through 5861 Sylvester Street. We will vote on them as a group.
I apologize. For the record, 5861 Sylvester is number 32. This would be numbers 2 through 32 on the list.
Thank you for that correction. 5832 Sylvester Street. For efficiency's sake, we will vote on them as a group. We will begin.
好，我们为了这个节省时间，我们一组一组的这个案子来投票啊。首先是第2案到第32案，我们现在开始投票。
City affirm.
City affirmed.
确认啊，市政府确认
City affirm.
啊，市政府确认，
City affirmed.
市政府确认。
The vote is the majority city affirm, which means the city's position holds. You may appeal our decision. And if you need information as to how to do that, check with the administrator and they will give you information you need to appeal the decision of this board. Again, I encourage you, interpreter.
政府确认的意思就是我们赞成市政府现在做的决定啊。如果您想要，你也可以有上诉的权利。如果想要知道怎么样上诉，可以跟我们的行政人员联系。
Thank you. So thank you very much for your appearance. And now all the witnesses are excused. We are now prepared to move on to our next case.
好的，那所有的证人都可以离开了。那我们要预备进行下一个案子。
Okay.
This is anything?
You're done, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Thank
No
you very
problem.
much, the interpreter, for sticking with us for this long.
Yeah, it's a little unorganized, but thank you for using our service. You all have a wonderful day. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Interpreter disconnect.
Okay. Let's
I
move
believe
on.
that concludes my matters before the board. May I
Thank you.
please be excused?
Yes, sir. Well, I will now
Thank
call
you.
on the law department to give us the cases of matters that have been resolved. And so that we look out of order because of the nature of this last case we just heard. But who's going to speak for the law department, give us a list of matters that have been resolved and or continued for today? Yeah.
Hello, board members. Sorry
Yes,
for the
sir.
delay. From the nunc pro tunc list, we have 2 moots to read.
Okay, which ones are those?
So number 9 on the list, appeal ending 003857 for the property located at 2840 North Lee Street. The appellant is John Sosalski. That matter can be marked as moot.
Okay.
And case number 10, appeal ending 003860 for the property located at 6363 Cherokee Street, appellant Turhan Bey. That matter can also be marked as moot.
Thank you.
And there are no additional moots for the regular list.
Okay. Does anyone else have any preliminary matters of either the pro tunc list or the regular list? Mr. Christopher Johnson.
Yes, from the moot list for case number 11, this is the nunc pro tunc list, number
Yes.
11, HA 2024-004033, 325 Chestnut Street. This contractor, Torino Incorporated. We've settled that and that can be marked as withdrawn.
Settle with the withdrawal. Okay, thank you. Okay, you have any additional? Mr.
Also,
Johnson?
on the main list, number 42, HA 2024-000948, Casey Duffy. That one is another contractor appeal that should be marked as city affirm, and we've settled it for a $200 fine.
City affirm $200 fine. Thank you.
I would ask for number 43, 3337 Kensington Avenue, Kintry Gerardino. Ms. Jody Wilkins is on the line for that, but I don't believe that that person has appeared.
Okay, let's call the name. Kendry Giordano, Giardino, Geardino. That individual present? Anyone present representing the interests of 3337 Kensington Avenue? Anyone present? Okay, let's confirm service.
Appellants listed 3337 Kensington Avenue in their appeal. Notice of this hearing was sent to that address on 1/13/25.
Okay, no one's responding. What time do we have, Mr. Pincus?
3:27 PM.
3:27 PM. All right, Mr. Johnson, what's your pleasure?
I'd ask that the board mark it as City of Ferm failed to appear.
Thank you. HA 2024-002765, 3337 Kensington Avenue, Kendry Gerardino, City of Firm, non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Johnson?
I have number 1 on the list. It's Mr. Suda. They have appeared in person. I came downstairs to charge my computer and I'll be back momentarily.
Okay. Thank you. All righty, let's see here. Mr. John Wazarek.
Good afternoon, board members. This is actually Michael Rulo in the
Oh, I know
intervening.
you look a little different.
Yeah, in the intervening hour, apparently my laptop decided it wanted to completely die, so I'm scrambling a bit here.
Okay.
I have 2 matters on the main list. Beginning with number 44, appeal ending 2818 435 East Allegheny Avenue. There was a continuance request previously communicated from Mr. Attorney John Griffin. He is unavailable due to medical, I'll just leave it at medical issue.
Okay, so we note that it's continued.
And then there was also another continuance on number 45, appeal ending 2820 1500 Cotman Avenue, P&P Auto Service Incorporated. I wanted to first note that I believe the board had attorney Alex Palmer as entered on the list. That is no longer the case. The attorney is Donald Hernandez.
Spell that, please.
Excuse me, I was reading the wrong part. Donald Bermudez, BERMUDEZ. And he actually did send an email that attorney Amy Skiles and I were CC'd on to the board yesterday. This is a tobacco case that is actually subject to an ongoing Court of Common Pleas matter. And it's also expected to be resolved by virtue of that matter. So at the moment, the board is essentially devoid of jurisdiction since the issue governing this is presently before a judge in the Court of Common Pleas.
So we should continue it?
I would suggest that we continue it, and since we don't know the outcome of that other matter, since it is scheduled towards the end of March, I would suggest that perhaps to the extent it's needed for a relisting, perhaps we move this into May.
Okay, we'll continue it. Please communicate with the administrator.
Okay. And that completes my business, if I may go back to trying to resolve the laptop nightmare I'm facing now.
Yes.
And I'll return this to my eminent colleague, John.
Okay, so what do we have next? Mr. Weiser, do you have any additional preliminary matters?
Board members, I actually did lie there. I do have a couple other matters that I just
Oh,
needed
you
to
do?
draw your
Okay.
attention to.
What are they?
Numbers 33 through 41, which all concern Tri-State Delivery Incorporated, with Andrew Roseman as counsel. My understanding is that there was a continuance granted by the board from
Yes.
Mr. Roseman.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that is correct. All those
Okay.
matters, number 33 through 41. And actually, we'll need to read those into the record, Mr. Motor, if you would do that, please.
excuse me, did you say Mr. Moto or was that to me?
Yeah, Mr. Moto.
Hearing appeal ending 0595-3319 Tilden Street. Hearing appeal ending 0596-5811 Alter Street. Hearing appeal ending 0597-4006 Petchin Street. Hearing appeal 0598-1611 Wolf Street. Hearing appeal ending 2140-2123 South 58th Street. Hearing appeal ending 2587-2316 South Rosewood. Hearing appeal ending 2592-2316 South Rosewood. Hearing appeal ending 2595-2316 South Rosewood. Hearing appeal ending 2597-8839 Danbury Street. I believe that was the answer.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone have anything else? Okay, I know that, Mr. Moto, how many matters do we have remaining on our list for today?
Mr. Chair, may
yes.
we should hear the in-person case first.
Yes.
That is number 1 on the regular list, as well as 46 and 47 on the regular list.
Okay.
I believe.
Number 1 and 46 and 47? Okay.
I'm coming
So
back up.
I think we were waiting for city's council to return. He said he was on his way back. Okay, so what we're going to do, he should be in shortly and we'll hear those matters. We're going to take a quick break, go off the record. Okay, we have a hand up for Mr. Mark Snyder. Mr. Snyder, your message was communicated to the board. We will read the resolution into the record after we hear this case. So you're excused from today's hearing if you need to leave. Okay, thank you. All righty, let's proceed. Mr. Moto?
This is item number 1 on today's list, sir. Hearing appeal ending 0899-2000 Reservoir Drive. Arthur Sudith and Joseph Capone Esquire is present. This would also be matter number 46. Hearing appeal ending 0704 4500 North 10th Street. Arthur Sudith and Joseph Capone Esquire. And the last matter being hearing appeal ending 5202 for 4600 Pierce Street, Arthur Sudith and Joseph Capone.
Okay, before we proceed, I'd like both council, Ms. Capone, put your name on the record, please. You need to speak into that so we can hear you.
Joseph Capone for Mr. Sutter.
Okay, and for the city?
It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you. And we have 3 matters, same individual, but maybe a different fact package for each one?
The hearings are going to be related to 3 illegal dumping incidents that happened
Okay.
at 3 separate locations. For number 1 on the list, it's for 2000 Reservoir Drive.
Okay,
For 46 on the list, 4500 North 10th, and 47, 4600 Pierce Street. And we're going to ask that we can present evidence related to each of these chronologically in time. I think it'll make sense. And as far as the cases go, 47 is 4600 Pierce Street. That's the one that happened the first in time. Then number 1, 2000 Reservoir Drive. That was the second one chronologically. And then 4500 North 10th Street.
okay. Mr. Capone, are you okay with proceeding that way?
Yes. Council and I have discussed it, and it's a perfect way to present.
Okay.
it.
Okay, now we will vote on each one separately at the end of the
It's fine.
presentation, and we'll go back and vote on each
It's
matter.
fine. For-
Okay.
For condensing everything, it's perfect.
Okay, you have any witnesses, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, I have one witness today. It's Detective Maureen Berner.
Is she present to be sworn?
I'm here, sir.
Yes. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right, thank you so much. Before we proceed, Mr. Capone, will you have witness today?
Our only witness is the Mr. Sutter.
Okay, I'll swear him in when it's your turn to present.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Let's proceed with the city.
Detective Berner, can you please tell us where you're employed?
I am currently a Philadelphia-based detective with the Philadelphia Police Department in the nuisance abatement unit.
And how long have you been a police detective?
I've been a detective approximately 7 years.
And how long have you been a police officer?
I'm going into my 13th year.
What was your prior assignment prior to becoming part of the nuisance abatement unit?
I was assigned the environmental crime unit under major crimes.
And what were your duties as part of that unit?
We would investigate incidents of significant short dumpings across the city.
At some point in time, did you become aware of a dumping incident that happened at 4600 Pierce Street?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
We were directed towards video at that area. 4600 Pierce is a high short dumping area. It was actually the subject of something pretty significant with the city, a cleanup. And we were directed to a dump there from a large truck by a city camera.
And were you sent the video? Who sent you the video?
Yes, between our departments and streets continuously watches a lot of the videos across the city, and they'll notify us like, hey, could you take a look at this one? And then we'll go into our own system and review the videos.
At this point in time, I'm going to ask to share my screen to share a video of the dumping incident for number 47.
Okay.
Detective Berner, can you identify the image that's currently on screen?
Yes, that is the 4600 block of Pierce Street. It's camera 15-1003 in the Bridesburg area of the city.
And is this a file that you keep as part of the police department's normal business records?
Yes, anytime we request video, it goes through the DIVIC and it's preserved, and it's still actually available in evidence.com once we do that.
And have you seen this video before?
Yes.
What was the date the video was taken?
I believe it's 11/11/2023. It's at the bottom.
And do you recall about what time that was?
It looks like it's after a little bit after 7 o'clock. You see at the bottom, 19.
For the record, that would be around 7 p.m., 7:10.
Yes, correct.
I'm going to scroll through the video. I'm going to ask you to narrate for the record what we're viewing on the video. And again, can you just describe what the video shows?
Sure. Right now, we're just looking at the block. It's a curved block. It comes off of Orthodox and Aramingo. There's a curved block right there that goes around back outside of the neighborhood.
And does the camera stay fixed on one spot?
So no, like a lot of our city cameras, they pan within a few seconds to keep a running shot of the area.
Okay, I'm going to. This individual video is only 5 minutes, roughly. So can you say what you viewed on the video just now at about 58 seconds in?
A truck pulls into view with the I Like to Move It logo and Disney characters on the back, the moving company, and stops.
And did the camera automatically pan in?
I know that someone was probably watching it. If I had to, that the streets department, like I said, people watch it, they can pan in, but it does automatically do that. I can't tell you in this instance if it panned automatically or somebody was on it, but we are able to obtain the tag from this video.
You were able to pull the license plate information from that video?
Correct. When you review it, we can pause it and zoom in while we're actually reviewing the video, and we were able to get the tag from that.
I'm going to skip ahead to when we next see the truck. All right, and I paused it here at about 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer. What can we view in this section of the video?
An individual has exited. The vehicle's been turned off. He's exited, or we believe he exited the vehicle, went to the rear, and begins emptying the truck onto Pierce Street.
Let me.
And I do believe, as I'm looking at it, that is a normal pan. It just happens to zoom in there.
Okay, I've stopped it again around 4 minutes on the video. What can we see?
Boxes, it looks like trash bags, a bunch of refuse piling out of the rear of the truck onto the street, the actual street itself, not the sidewalk.
And tell us what's happening now, about 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
It looks like the rear of the truck was closed, and I believe the vehicle is going to leave the area at this point.
Scroll. I've paused it again around 5 minutes and 29 seconds on the video. Can you tell us what's visible?
A pile of trash left from the truck.
And is truck still present?
No.
I'm going to stop the share at this point in time. Detective Berner, what did you do after you got that initial video?
Initially, we looked into the vehicle itself. We run the license plate through DMV, but because of the nature of it clearly was a business truck. We looked into the business. I like to move it. Actually, I don't know if you notice at the bottom of the truck, there's a phone number. We researched that and we came up with the owner was Arthur, I believe it's Arthur Sudduth. And we issued an NOV to the owner of the business as well as the business itself.
Can I just ask you, do you recall, did you receive this video by itself, or did you receive multiple videos at the same time?
I believe there was multiple videos, but I can't remember exactly if it was days apart or if it was a long investigation. I can't.
Now I'm gonna share my screen again.
Excuse me, this is the court reporter. Could I ask Mr. Johnson to get a little closer to the microphone?
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
Here's my tracking.
Detective Berner, can you see what the document that I'm showing right now is?
Yes.
Can you please identify, and for the record, this is marked as City Exhibit C1 at page 1. What is this document?
That is the notice of violation that was issued for the last dump that we saw to I Like to Move It LLC.
And what was the address that was listed for that?
There's 2311 Springview Road in Norristown, and then there's also a PO box in Norristown, PA.
And what was the date of the notice of violation?
November 28th, 2023.
And this is your signature on the second page?
Yes.
And the first page. Did you prepare the
Yes.
document?
Yes.
And it was sent to multiple addresses, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. apologies.
What's that? Yeah, they're all back. Nobody's heard anything from Thursday.
What do you recall? What happened after you had sent that first notice of violation?
We located other dumps with the same truck. And we prepared police reports and issued other notices of violations.
And are you aware, did the streets department do an abatement with regard to cleaning up that initial dump at 4600 Pierce Street?
I don't believe so. We usually, if we have it, we attach it to the notice. So if it's not attached, I would say no. It doesn't mean they didn't do one later, but if they did it after the notice went out, we wouldn't have sent it.
Can you identify the document that's at page 7 in the exhibits right now?
Yes, that is the 7548 for this specific dump at 4600 Pierce Street. That is the normal police report documenting crime or any incident necessary.
And did you prepare that report?
Yes.
How about the next page? What's at C1 at page 8?
That's a screenshot of the truck bearing its license plate that we took from the last video that we just viewed.
And this is your handwriting on the document?
That is not my handwriting. That is Officer McNicholas's handwriting, who works in our unit.
Was he involved in the investigation as well?
He reviews videos a lot for us and then sends us the information, and we then request it and move forward with an investigation. So he would just see the dump and forward it to myself, Detective Crone, Detective Farry, or Detective Annis.
And what's the document at page 9?
This is the B&B record for Mr. Arthur Sudduth, who is the listed owner of I Like to Move It LLC.
And how about page 10?
Just a close-up photo of the owner.
And you collected these documents as part of your investigation?
Yes.
How about the next documents?
This is an additional clear search. We locating the Mr. Sudduth's list of addresses, the business, and the associated phone number with the business. So this was just a search to make sure that we got the notices of violation mailed to the correct locations.
And that continues over the next few
Right.
days?
They're pretty in depth. Yeah. We really use them just to make sure that we know we're sending it to the right people for the law department. The law department requires that.
All right. And I'm just going to say that ends at page 23. Is that correct?
Yes. I believe some of that, if you go back, I apologize, is possibly their website. I'm not sure if that was in there as well. We do look.
I'm showing
Yeah.
another document. It's at C1 at page 24. What is this?
That's a screenshot from their website. So just, again, like I said, if you see that, you can see it's the truck, and the phone number matches, and then we went from there.
And what is the business that they hold themselves out as per their website?
They're a moving company.
I'm going to scroll, I think. And what about page 28?
Again, we did a search of the business just to get listed addresses to make sure, again, that the notice is mailed correctly.
Is this a document from the Pennsylvania Department of State's website?
Yes.
And is this the listing for I Like to Move It LLC?
Yes.
Thank you. How about page 30?
So 30 and I believe 31, that is that's the receipt from the DIVIC that we requested all the video, and it came through them for chain of custody.
And 31?
Same. It's just another request for video.
Okay. And What is the document that's on the screen at page 32?
So screen 32, or I'm sorry, page 32 would be the NOV that was issued for a second dump on 2000 block of Reservoir Drive, which again is another dumping area known in the city.
Do you recall when you received the video for that dump?
Mr. Johnson, I think what I'd like to do is to see if there's any cross-examination before we move to a different location.
Okay.
So, Mr. Capone, any cross-examination at this point?
Chairman,
You're gonna need to push your button so the mic's on.
Okay. No, I can wait. I can do a cross-examine collectively.
Okay.
On each. I think the issues all will run together.
Okay, all right. Mr. Johnson, please.
And I'm gonna put the video on for 2000 Reservoir Drive.
What was the date of the violation notice you put up, Mr.?
For the Reservoir Drive.
Yes.
The date is February. Pardon me. February 13th, 2024.
24.
Right. Detective Berner, do you recognize the image on the screen?
Yes, that is the 2000 block of Reservoir Drive as captured by city camera 22-1002.
And what was the date of this video?
11/20/2023, I believe.
Can you tell us approximately what time?
I'm not sure exactly. Evening.
I think if you look, can you tell us now? In the bottom right hand.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I'm sorry. Thank you. 5:05 p.m. There we go. I have it.
And I'm going to skip ahead. So I'm letting the video play at about 4 minutes and 55 seconds in. Detective Berner, can you please tell us what's on screen?
Again, it's a large truck with the I like to move it and the Disney characters on the side of the truck has pulled into a grassy area on the 2000 block of Reservoir Drive.
And what neighborhood is this 2000 Reservoir Drive?
It's a 22nd district, but it's kind of it's a park area. It's off Kelly, right? Yeah, it's towards the Parks and Recs area. I believe this actually might be a camera that was put up by Parks and Recs that we have access to, but it is in the city system.
And on the screen, and for the record, it's about 6 minutes and 34 seconds. Is the truck still visible?
Yes.
And can you describe what we can see?
Currently, the truck is there. I believe someone's at the rear of it. It looks like somebody's to the back of it. When it zooms in, I think you can see a little bit better. There's a male. It looks like there's a male on the passenger side, actually, right there, too.
And again, it pans to that area at 7:48 on the counter. Can you tell us what's happening?
The truck is exiting the area and turning into traffic.
And was there an illegal dump at that location at this time?
Yes,
Can you tell us what the contents that were dumped?
at least 110 tires.
Do we see them on the video?
You can see some of them. Yes, that's not the total dump, but you can, if you look, and then you're able to see it in the daylight, obviously better.
So if I just go back and I pause the video at 8:29 on the counter, you can identify, are their tires visible?
Yes.
Can you describe where in the shot?
Right in the grassy area among the trees. That's all that black that's on the ground now that was not there previously, our tires.
I'm going to share one more time.
See, I think we got it.
What's marked as City Exhibit C1. At page 32. What was this document again?
This is a notice of violation for the location of 2000 Reservoir Drive, Philadelphia, PA 19121.
And you prepared this document?
I did.
And was there a cleanup that was performed by the Philadelphia Parks and Rec Department?
Correct. So this cleanup was actually done by Parks and Rec, not the Streets Department, because that's who maintains that area. If you note, they noted it. It's 12/8, so they cleaned it up. So we probably became aware of this later, went back and found the video of it, and just were able to obviously identify the truck from another dump. But the Parks and Recs, this was not cleaned up by the Streets Department. It was cleaned up by Parks and Recs.
And were there, again, multiple copies of the notice of violation?
Yes.
And how many addresses was this sent to?
At least 3. Regular and certified.
I'm going to stop that share, and I'm going to pull up the video for North 10th Street. Do you recognize the image? Wait a second. Let me share. Okay. Detective Berner, can you see the image that's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes, that's 4500 block North 10th Street. Again, 35th District, very well known short dumping area in the city.
And do you know when was this video taken?
It appears to be December of 2023. This is camera 35098 also for identification purposes.
What was the date?
The date was December. It looks like December 2023. December 2023. Day after Christmas. Correct.
And I'm going to scroll ahead in the video. And can you describe what we see around 1 minute and 59 seconds in?
I like to move it. Truck backs into the area. And then I believe it proceeds onto the grass. Well, you'll see there's already several short dumps left there, not by them possibly, but you'll see that it's a high traffic area for this.
gonna scroll ahead. Again, this is at 3 minutes and 27 seconds in. Can you describe what's on the screen?
Right now, it's just the grassy area where, and the truck is to the left, off to the side.
About what time of day is this?
This is 11:30 in the morning.
And what's happening now?
The back of the truck has opened. There is a male standing to the rear.
This is around 4 minutes and 3 seconds in. And just for the record, is there a second video of this incident?
I believe so. I'm not positive.
And I'm going to pause it here at 6:59. What's on the screen?
The male is coming to the rear of the truck holding a believed to be a used tire.
Can you describe what's occurring?
He's throwing tires out the rear of the vehicle onto the street.
And pause it again at 9:44. Or it's around 9:50. Can you tell us around 10:10 what happened?
I'm looking at the top of a truck right now. I'm not seeing anything else.
Oh, you're not.
I don't know if it's for. No, I'm looking at the top of the truck. There's now you're at 11:46. The truck's leaving. What I'm looking at now, the truck was just leaving. The tires were left behind.
This is at 10:03. I'm letting it play. Can you just describe what's left?
Tires. A large dump of tires.
And there's one last video. Detective Berner, can you see the image that's on the screen?
Yes.
And what is this video from?
So this is Hutchinson and Cortland, which is of the same area that we just viewed, just a different camera, 35-033. Again, if you see, it's a high dumping area. And this is from the same day, 12/26, 11:46. The truck moves to a different area.
Is this a second load?
Yes.
And just for the record, is Hutchinson and Cortland, is that in the same neighborhood as 4500 North 10th?
So they're blocks that become perpendicular to each other. It's the area of the 35th district, just for context, where the houses had been sinking and they were destroyed. So now it's just a grassy area off the boulevard. And like I said, it's a very frequent dumping area. So this area is right around, it's the same block, it's just over. You can actually see the previous dump from that location.
And again, I paused it around 1 minute and 36 seconds. What's visible?
Tires are rolling from the rear of the truck.
again, the truck comes back in view at 3:28. Can you please describe what we're seeing at around 3:28 on the tape?
I'm sorry, I missed that question. I can't. I have a phone ringing next. What did you say? I'm sorry, could you repeat the
About
question?
3:25 on the tape. What can we see?
The truck and a load of tires behind it.
Again, at 4:26, can you tell us what's back on the screen?
Again, the truck with the load of tires behind it.
And 5:23.
The same, the truck with the load of tires.
There. We're playing at around 6:14. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
The truck and another tire just went flying from the side of it.
Lastly, I'm letting it play at 7:05. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
The truck has exited the location and there's just an additional tires from when they pulled in.
I'm going to stop the share at this time. And did you investigate that incident in a similar way?
I did.
And you identified the truck as what?
The I like to move it moving truck that was in the previous matters.
And did you create another notice of violation after receiving that last video?
I did.
Rather the last two videos.
Yes.
And that was the subject of the appeal at number 46, 4500 North 10th Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hard time showing the document. Hold on. Detective Berner, can you see the document that I'm showing at this point in time?
Yes.
Is that the notice of violation for the 4500 North 10th Street dump?
Yes.
And you prepared that as well?
Yes.
And have you ever had any contact with Mr. Sudduth?
I may have spoken to him. I don't recall. I didn't have an interview with him though. We sometimes make phone calls to the businesses just to let them know what's going on. I can't recall that though.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask for admission of the videos and of C1.
C1, so moved.
And just so everyone on the record is aware, I think my screen is gonna I have 16% of my battery left. So I'm done presenting the evidence
Okay.
on the Zoom, but we're in person.
Okay, Mr.
Mayor.
Capone, you have any cross?
Yeah, just briefly, Detective, I know you had a lot of training in this field, so as you said, in terms of this particular case, you had a flurry of activity from, I guess, November, what was that, November 10th or 11th through December 26th. You had these 3 incidents, correct?
Correct.
All right. And the sum and substance of your investigation as it relates to this case is simply investigating who the owner may have been of the truck and then sending out the notices. Is that fair to say?
Well, if we cannot make out or we don't get any additional information into like the actual dumper, that's really the only thing we can do is the owner of the vehicle and or business. So
Right,
sometimes
exactly.
obviously not always a business, right? And so yes, if we don't, somebody has to be notified about it. So we usually start our investigations that way. Yes.
All right. So basically, the investigation took you to who is the owner, who is sitting next to me, Mr. Sudduth, correct?
Yes.
As the owner of and one thing you said to the board was that, listen, what we'd like to do is at least contact a business to let them know that something was happening, maybe with their trucks. Is that what you said previously?
If we can get a hold of someone in a business or a personal and say, you know, this is just so you know, but businesses specifically because that is a large truck and we have multiple dumps now. That's just the ones we caught. So we will, but the notice at least puts them on notice that this is happening with a vehicle of their.
Right. Okay. And there were no other, as you said, no other interviews done, no other people brought in, nothing collectively, other than the notices to Mr. Sudduth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you can identify who that person was, but it's not unusual to have rogue employees do things, with business people who take advantage of their trucks or other materials. Is that fair to say?
We can't identify if it's the same person in every dump, and we can't identify if it's a business practice. So we have to issue it to the person that's responsible for the vehicle.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Nothing further. Nothing further, Detective. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any additional witnesses, Mr. Johnson?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Capone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call Mr. Sudduth. Sudduth, you have to be sworn.
If you could move the microphone over to him. Mr. Sudduth, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God? You need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mr. Sudduth, we'll share the mic, so I'll ask some questions. Number one, are you the owner of the business who is shown on these videos?
Yes, I am.
How long have you operated this business?
Since 2015.
Okay, for approximately 10 years.
Correct.
And you operated out of was it your home or an office?
Home.
Okay. And that's located somewhere in Norristown, correct?
Correct.
Now, during this time period, and by the way, your business is the moving business, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any time that we're here in front of the board, did you authorize anybody to pick up tires and drop off tires in the city of Philadelphia?
No.
Or other trash or debris?
No.
Did there come a time that you found out about this?
Yes.
Okay, and tell the board, how was it that you found out?
I have the same name as my father. He received a phone call. I'm not sure if it was from this detective or not. He called me and said that you need to call the police department because of something. I didn't believe him because as a business owner, we get a lot of spam, scams, things like that. But he says he's going to he supposedly got some paperwork and he's going to mail it to me. He mailed it to me maybe a week or so later. I called the number that was on the paper. I'm not sure if it was the same detective, but I spoke to this detective, and she basically gave me the rundown of what's going on.
How many trucks do you have?
4 total.
Okay. And you have operators of those trucks, correct?
Correct.
Now, are those employees or contractors?
Independent contractors.
Okay. And tell the panel, the board, what is the procedure that you use to go out and do the moves and provide the trucks for the individuals who operate them?
We receive moves every day. The day before a move, I will ask three of my drivers if they're available the next day. They say yes or no. I give them the work, and then the next day they handle the move.
How about the truck?
All three, well, I have 4 trucks. One truck is specifically for dumping. It has no big bright colors on it. All 3 individuals who drive my truck have a set of keys. They park it either out front of their home, apartment, or on the corner of their residence.
In other words, you're saying you entrust the truck to the contractor operator who's going to do the job.
Yes,
And is that usually the night before or a week or how long?
the night before.
Okay. And in this particular case, after you found out, by the way, did you physically go out and drop tires anywhere or trash or anything like that?
No,
Did you authorize them to do that?
no,
Did you make any money from it?
no.
How do you feel about the aspect of throwing trash in the city of Philadelphia?
The one video of just trash on the corner was very disturbing. Me and you spoke. I've never seen tires before besides on my own car.
Did you ever transport tires?
No, no one has ever paid us to transport tires. We transport furniture.
As a result of at least finding out about this, did you do some investigation, to attempt to find out who was doing this?
The detective, I believe, gave me the date and the license plate. I did my own investigation, found out that at that particular time, a certain individual had keys to the truck and was contracted to do a moving job that day on the 11th.
Yeah, so we'll talk about each day as it goes along, right? So the first day was November 11th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Capone, if you could also include location, so that's because the case is by location.
Yes. Okay, so in order and of the way the council did the city. So on November 11th, 2023 at 4600 Pierce Street, that particular day, did you have a job that day or at or near November 11th?
Yes,
Okay, and what type of job was it?
a regular residential moving job. I believe it was located in Delaware.
Okay. And did you entrust the truck to someone that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the name of that person?
Yes, I do.
What is the name? Tell the board.
Victor Ocasio.
Okay. And did he complete the job?
Yes,
Did you pay him to do the job?
yes.
Did you know whether or not he took the truck home with him and did anything else like this dump?
No, I did not.
All right, so we'll direct you again to November 20th of 2023. You saw a 2000 Reservoir Drive. You remember that particular day?
Yes.
Did you also have a job that day?
No one was supposed to drive any truck on that day.
Okay, but where was the truck?
Well, the truck in question was at the same residence of Victor. Was supposed to be.
Oh. So now we know we have 2 dates. You got notice. Did you accost or did you confront Mr. Ocasio about this particular situation?
Yes.
And what, if anything, develops from that?
He said he has no clue of what's going on.
Okay. At some point later then, you receive another notice of December 26th of 2023, and that location was the 4500 block of 10th Street in Philadelphia. Again, you're familiar with this accusation?
Yes.
Again, that particular day, did you have a job or a moving job?
I did.
Did you entrust the truck to someone?
I did.
Who was that?
Same person.
Okay. And at some point now, you have gotten 3 notices in time. And what happened with Mr. Ocasio?
I stopped contacting him. I guess you could say fired, but I just stopped contacting him and took the keys.
You have licenses to do business within the city of Philadelphia?
Yes, I do.
You've done business for 10 years in the city of Philadelphia?
Yes, I have.
You have no other violations?
Just parking.
Okay, okay. Get over it. Anything else you want to say to this board? Because in terms of, yeah, I mean, the horrible tires, and we feel that respectfully. Is there anything else you want to say to the board about this, your involvement being whatever it was?
Yes. I was waiting for video. I was waiting for evidence. So if I had the evidence, I can bring it to Victor and say, look here. I just seen these videos yesterday. So I guess I wanted to do my own investigation before I accused anybody of doing anything. Of course, I would never, we do dumping. We have receipts of the dump site on Rising Sun Avenue. We get paid for junk removal services. I have a specific truck. My 4th truck is used for that. So using a bright colored truck to do something illegal just doesn't make any sense. I would never authorize anyone to do so.
Mr. Johnson, any cross?
Yeah, briefly. So you had testified that you found out about the dump at 4600 Pierce Street and you had confronted Mr. Ocasio. Do you recall when that was?
They're called when?
Yeah, when did you confront him?
It was via text message.
Okay. And you filed an appeal of that notice. It was received by the board and marked as received on December 16th, 2023. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure of the date.
And for the record, he filed it in December, and there was another dumping incident that happened on 12/26/2023 at 4500 North 10th, correct?
Say that again. What was the question?
There was another dumping incident after you filed that first appeal, correct?
I believe so, yes.
What steps did you take to ensure your vehicles weren't used in any further illegal dumping incidents?
Since it seemed like it was the same truck, I took the keys from Victor.
As far as your business goes, you said you hold yourself out as a moving company, but you have independent contractors doing the moves. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So these people could be doing whatever they want with the truck at any given point in time, correct?
They chose to.
I have nothing further.
As a follow-up, if I may.
Yes.
Do you give these fellas, let's call them fellas, they're not women there, instructions about the truck? You're not allowed to move the truck, you're not allowed to use the truck personally, those types of things. Tell the board.
Yes, I've had past incidences where I had GPS on my trucks, and it was supposed to be back where it was supposed to be. They text me saying that they're done with the move. I expect the truck to be back 30 minutes to an hour at tops. In one case, it didn't return. I checked the GPS and it was in Delaware. I called the driver. He said he was pulling up to the location we're supposed to be. He didn't know I had GPS on the truck. So I knew he was lying. So things like that, I tell my drivers, keep it at the location. I expect it to be back within 30 minutes to an hour after every move.
In terms of remediation, one last question. Have you gone back to at least installing the GPSs at this point?
Not at this point right now. I guess trust is the word. I did trust a few guys that I shouldn't have. But I have no problem putting the GPSs back on the truck. It is expensive.
We have no.
And just briefly regarding that, so for the drivers, these contractors, do you do any background checks before you hire people to do this work?
Not through the government, but they do, not through the government, but they do send me resumes, what's it called when they send you like 3 references, things like that, but no government background checks, no.
Do you ensure that they have proper licensing to drive trucks of that weight rating in a commercial capacity?
Well, you don't need a certain license, you just need a regular license, but they do have regular driver's licenses.
Do you have any documentation that you had Victor's driver's license information?
Yes.
Okay, is anyone else?
I have a question. You say they're independent contractors, but then you refer to them as my drivers. So if they're independent contractors, wouldn't they then have to be licensed to be doing moving and hauling and all of this? Or are you the business? I like to move it. I like to move it. Are you the business? Is that the business that's registered in North? That's the one that's registered in Harrisburg. So you're the business owner of I Like to Move It.
Yes, in Norristown, yes.
In Norristown, and you do business in Philadelphia?
Yes.
I see. And these people that you call independent contractors are also my drivers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question. You label them as independent contractors, so do they independently carry their own insurance, or do you as a company owner insure all of your operators, vehicle drivers who get behind the wheel of your vehicle?
Totally honest, I didn't know about that until recent, maybe like last year, whenever the detective called and I had to get all these licenses, but we are up to date with all the licenses in the Pennsylvania.
So at the time of these incidents, they were not insured and your vehicles were not insured for other drivers?
I do not believe so.
Thank you.
And how long have you been in business?
2015?
So in 10 years, you had no information over 10-year period about properly insuring your vehicles and the drivers who.
I mean, it's insured, but not the drivers. Like if I get in an accident, things like that, the truck itself is insured, but I didn't know that each driver has to be connected with the insurance company.
And why did you decide to take the GPS off your trucks, and when did you do that?
The expense, maybe a year ago, 2 years ago. I didn't always have it though.
Thank you.
Mr. Sett, the business model that you've described to us, in essence, you become a broker and you provide those drivers with your truck. Is that correct? Okay. How do you know at any given time without a GPS, where the truck is traveling?
I frequent the truck at least 3 times a week, each truck at least 3 times a week.
What does that mean?
In the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, I, check the back to see if there's anything left in the truck, because sometimes customers leave things. And then
You physically go and see what the check is I think.
Yeah, when do you do that and how often do you do that for
about
each
3
truck?
times a week.
Okay. Do you keep mileage data in terms of how many miles they've been driven
Yes.
for each truck when is those, who completes those logs?
It's really my guys who text me, and once again, it's through the insurance company who let me know that I'm supposed to do this, so.
No, you're understanding what I'm asking. On any given time, do you know how many miles, for instance, a driver drives to
Yes.
complete a job?
Yes.
And are you keeping records of the total mileage for each vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Who's responsible for maintenance for the vehicles?
Me.
Okay. And do you determine when a driver is required to be available, or it's just when they want to?
They're usually always available.
Not the question I asked. Who determines when the drivers are available? Do they decide or you decide?
I decide.
Okay.
I have another question for Detective Berner, if I may. Detective Berner, on Reservoir Drive, one of the exhibits showed that the fine was $550,000. And is that, what is the cost per tire? How's that determined?
So, I'm sorry, go ahead. So the law was changed, I believe it was July 2022. It's $5,000 per item. So each tire is a $5,000 fine.
Thank you.
And I guess we've had similar cases before, but I guess I want to hear from the city. You didn't reference what the code says regarding the owner of vehicles as opposed to the driver.
I can
If you could
show,
show
I
that,
can show
please.
the code
Yes.
right now. So. Bear with me. Apologies. The code section that covers short dumping is in chapter 10-700 of the code. What the violation is 10-710, dumping of debris and short dumping. I'm gonna flash it on the screen right now.
Okay.
And this code provision as amended, as the detective had stated in 2022, no person shall dump or cause to be placed any litter, trash, garbage, municipal waste, recyclable material, or debris on or at all of the places in the city, basically. And what we're talking about here is in section 3, no owner or operator of a trash, garbage, or debris collection vehicle, including private automobiles and small trucks, or any other type of vehicles used to collect or transport trash, garbage, or debris, or any agent of such owner or operator shall knowingly deposit or cause to be deposited the vehicle's load or any part thereof in a manner that violates subsection 1 of this section. So that's the violation section.
Okay, so that goes to the owner and the operator, or both?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, okay. And I guess I would ask, Mr. Sutton, did you share the name of the operator with the police?
First name, yes.
Well, you didn't give the full name and address and a copy of his driver's license, anything like that?
They didn't ask. No, she didn't ask.
Okay. And that person denies being involved in this?
Right.
And he's still one of your contractors? Okay. Pardon me?
I'm sorry, this is the reporter. I did not hear that response.
Sorry, that person is incarcerated, as far as we know, still incarcerated on some other matter.
I have another question for Detective Berner. In light of what the attorney just said, I'm sorry, with the code that was revealed on the screen here, you did not ask Mr. Sudduth the name of the operator? Not you. This is
So yes, we don't ask that. And if I recall correctly, I believe I did speak to Mr. Sudduth. He wasn't very forthcoming, but he's given an opportunity. If he had contacted us or even the people in the notice or the city solicitor's office, any stretch of the imagination, and he wanted to give us the information, we would have brought him in. We would have conducted an interview. He would have went on paper, just like any other criminal investigation, because that person would have been subject to criminal charges. This is not where it stops. We've arrested a lot of people on these jobs where applicable. So a lot of owners have contacted us, gave us information, and we proceeded. Mr. Sudduth has never made a contact at all with us to give us any information. And even the name Victor with the last name and no other information wouldn't be enough to suffice. He would actually have to physically come in here, sit down with me or my partner, give an interview, identify him by picture, and come to court. So it's not as simple as us contacting him. I believe I did, and he's admitted to that. So he had all the avenues if he wanted to give us the information, and we would have gladly issued him an NOV and arrested him.
Thank you. Mr. One more question. Mr.
May
Sutton.
I ask the detective something on that?
Sure.
So detective, so you're saying that the onus is on the operator to come back in and not for you to do a further investigation? Is that what you're saying here?
What I'm saying is if I contact the owner and make myself available, they have to let us know if they think that they have, or he's claiming that he did a whole investigation. I've never heard this before, with respect, but if he had contacted me and said, listen, I can show you, this was my truck, this is where it was, that would have been wonderful. We would have brought him in.
Okay, didn't he ask you for the video? Didn't he say, let me
No.
see the video? You don't remember that? Do you
I
have any
don't remember
notes?
that.
Do you have any notes regarding this?
I have a file. Let me finish. We can't give him video. It's still subject to, like I said, I'm a detective with the police department. That's a criminal investigation. It's discovery. So no matter what would have occurred, he's not seeing the video. He could get it through you once counsel gave it to you. I'm not allowed to just show it. I don't know that it's not him. I don't have any other information. If he came in and gave me a statement, or even just said, like, listen, I have all of these records, but I don't have any of that information, we would have arrested Victor Ocasio if he had done that, which, I mean, I'm not saying he's not telling the truth. I'm just saying when it comes to the police department, there's protocols we have to follow. This is civil. This is about his vehicle being used in several dumps across the city. When it comes to Mr. Ocasio, we need more than just a name for us to actually take the onus off of Mr. Sudduth. And to be honest, we have several cases where someone was arrested and the owner was still issued an NOV and kind of came and fought it on his own with regards to the other person because they did take responsibility.
Okay.
But the law,
I think you've answered the question. I think you've answered the question. Okay, anything else, Mr.
No,
Capone?
it's just, I think council will stipulate that despite our asking for it, we just received the videos yesterday.
Okay.
That's.
Yeah, speaking to the microphone, sir.
That's accurate. They received the videos yesterday.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I'd like to follow up on a question that you asked earlier of Mr. Sudduth. Mr. Sudduth, you said that you keep logs of the mileage for your vehicles for the jobs that they are assigned. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know the exact mileage from the, let's say, takeoff location of your business to the property that's being moved and then the final destination?
Maybe, not.
Well, then how do you know where your vehicle is, or how do you check up on your vehicle if you don't know the mileage that your driver is supposed to cover?
When I send them the job, I Google map it. They're supposed to go 50 miles that day. When I go, and then maybe the next day they're supposed to go another 50 miles. So when I go to check on the truck on a Wednesday, I look at the mileage. If it seems about right, then that's what it is.
And when you check the mileage, do you check it physically on the vehicle, or do you have a written log?
On the vehicle,
And how often do you check the mileage?
3 times a week.
So are you, based on what you're telling us today, did you check this particular vehicle that was involved in the dumping?
Every week I check the vehicles.
And if you knew what the mileage was for the jobs that had been assigned, is it your testimony that the mileage that you checked was in compliance, or not in compliance, but matched the mileage that you had Googled?
Roundabout, yes.
Well, roundabout is not matched. Did it match it, or was it over the mileage that you expected for each job?
I'm just being honest, it was about roundabout. If it's a 1 mile over, 2 miles over, 1 mile under, I'm just. that's what it is.
So the job, so you know then that the truck could have gone somewhere beyond the leaving the driver's home going to the location to pick up the move, delivering it, and then returning to the driver's home.
Yes.
So you're aware that the truck could have been driven somewhere else?
On that specific day, no, but
I'm not asking about the date, I'm asking based on the mileage.
I should know, yes.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on Ms. Penn? Mr. Sutter, you said your vehicle is located in Norristown, PA?
The businesses, the trucks are in Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you.
When you are contacted for a job, are you they say, I have my household contents that are moving? Or do they just say, I need your movers to come? Do you know what's being moved with each job?
They send pictures and videos, yes. The customers.
Mrs. Sutters, who's responsible for maintenance and gasoline for the trucks?
Me.
You purchase gasoline or give them a gas card to purchase?
I used to, they abuse the gas card, but I send them gas money every morning.
Through what, Cash App or something like that?
Correct.
And how is maintenance handled?
Same thing, if the light comes on, they say they need a oil change. I have a certain company that always checks our trucks or does the brakes, the maintenance of the trucks.
Are the drivers responsible for first level maintenance when they get in every morning? A check, do a check around the truck and on?
Yes, make
Is
sure
that-
it's clean.
Is that a formal check off that they sign, submit to you?
No paper.
Okay, I'm curious, the business model you set up, why don't you have your trucks all returned to a particular location at the end of each day?
I tried that. Expensive. I thought I did it only because people were spray painting the trucks. And I found out they're still spray painting it when I had it in one location. Plus, it's easier for them to have access to the truck by their house, so they don't have to travel.
But in terms of you maintaining quality control and control of your business expense, et cetera, it's easier to have it in one fenced-in, secured location, wouldn't it?
Like I said, we tried that. It's expensive. And it was mostly done for spray painting the vehicle, and they still spray painting the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Are you the only employee at Move It? Is there?
Owner, yes.
Yes, I know you're do you have staff?
No, it's just me.
Thank you.
Mr. Sutter, I have another question. The operators of your vehicles, do you take photocopies of their driver's license?
Yes, I do.
And so you keep track as to when it's due to expire, et cetera?
Should.
Okay, so you have complete ID of the drivers in the event such as this one here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anything else? We will go to closing if there's no any additional questions. Yeah.
One more question. Why didn't you give Detective Berner, Mr. Ocasio's full name?
To be honest, she was screaming at me. She was mad at me. I guess she was accusing me of doing this, and I knew I didn't do it myself.
So why didn't you give her the full name of the person that you knew was operating the vehicle?
I guess I didn't want to get people in trouble.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to closing. Mr. Capone, and then we'll hear from the city.
I heard everything that went through, the questions by the board, questions by council. As we sit here, this is a good man. Maybe he may not be the greatest businessman, but he's a good man. He's been in business all this time. He's never had a problem. He tried different things. It didn't work. And okay, in this flurry of this Mr. Ocasio, it fell down. I mean, that's what it comes down to. He didn't know or knew about what happened. And I think what he said earlier, if you remember, is that he really didn't want to accuse Mr. Ocasio until maybe he got the video and got it right. He didn't like the accusation aspect of it. So, and I thought that was fair, but Mr. Ocasio, we believe, took advantage of it and developed into these three issues. I tell you again that the man sitting next to me is not responsible for this. He offered that we talk to another solicitor and said, listen, if the tires are still there, he'll go get them. You know, I mean, that's the kind of guy he is. And I think he's been as forthright as he could be with you in his answers. Didn't make up things. He gave it to you as best he did. He's not responsible. He's remorseful about the tires. It's a scourge upon our city. We all agree with that. I agree with the dumpers. They should be dumped on themselves. But he's not responsible for that. And there's no way, despite what the detective said, listen, she didn't take any steps either to, you know, say, hey, listen, can you come in? Routinely, all of you are pretty experienced, and say, listen, do you want to come in? Do you want to talk to me about it? Do you want to watch the video? How many investigations I know, practicing law all these years, that detectives say, hey, listen, why don't you come in? We're going to let you watch a video. Tell us what it is. You're not a suspect. Tell it, but that wasn't done. So, you know, with all due respect to Detective Berner, this experienced detective, bottom line is, judging what you have here on balance, this man's not responsible for those dumps. He's corrected it. He's going to do the best he can in the future, correct it and move forward and maybe be a better businessman, but he's certainly a good citizen. Thank you.
I'm just going to be very brief here. The city has been subjected to a scourge of trash and illegal dumping, and has taken a very hard line with regard to these incidents. There's basically zero tolerance for this kind of activity. And this is a civil penalty against anyone who's caught who is either doing the dumping themselves or the owner of the vehicles used in the dumping. Now here, I do have some sympathy for Mr. Sudduth, but unfortunately, he's the owner and operator of a business that has entrusted his agents with the freedom of using those trucks to engage in this kind of activity. Now, unfortunately, the people doing the crimes on the video had obscured their faces with mask or a hood so that they can't be identified. But I believe that the city's met its burden with preponderance of the evidence. And the only thing that I would point to is mainly like he knew about the activity and didn't take any steps to stop it even after he had filed the first appeal. There was another incident 2 weeks after that. So I would leave it to the board.
I do have one follow-up, and this is a little out of unorthodox, so I apologize. Mr. Sutter, as we sit here today, do you have any way to know whether or not your current drivers are not dumping? Correct.
I'm sorry, this is the reporter. I did not hear a response.
Yeah, Mr. Sutter.
I guess I trust them that they're not.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, there's nothing else. We've heard closing arguments. Everyone, we will vote on these matters as they're listed today. And that is, we will begin with number one, which is HA 2024-000899, 2000 Reservoir Drive, Arthur Sudduth, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Okay, the unanimous vote is city affirmed. Okay, let's move on now to number 46, which is HA 2024-000704, 4500 North 10th Street, Arthur Sudduth, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you. 47, HA 2023-005202, 4600 Pierce Street, Arthur Sudduth, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Okay, the vote is unanimous, city affirm in all three matters. As you know, Mr. Capone, you may appeal our decision to the Court of Common Pleas. Thank you very much for your participation. Have a good afternoon. Mr. Johnson, the witnesses are excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Marto, what do we have next?
Turning to the non-pro-tunc list, sir, number 12.
Okay,
Hearing appeal ending 4371602 East Ontario Street. Hayam Faraj and
just a
Samuel.
minute. I'm sorry, Mr. Marto. Just a minute. I'm sorry, please, can you? Yes, please.
This is hearing appeal ending 4371602 East Ontario Street. Hayam Faraj and Samuel Clifton.
Okay, anyone present who's representing the city?
Good afternoon again, Board Chair. This is John Wazorek on behalf of the city.
Good afternoon. Just one moment, sir. I'm just trying to catch up with everything. Okay, is the appellant present?
No one in the room by that name, sir.
Okay, Hayam Faraj or Samuel Clifton? That's number 12. Okay, did we perfect service?
Appellants listed 1 Shepherd Way, Clifton, Glenside, 1 Shepherd Way, Glenside, PA, Unit 1. Notice of this hearing was sent to that address on 1/10 of 25.
Thank you. Mr. Pincus, what time do we have? 5:02. Okay, we will poll the board regarding HA 2024-004371, 602 East Ontario Avenue, Hayam Faraj and Samuel Clifton. Request for non-pro-tunc relief denied. No.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, non-pro-tunc denied for non-appearance.
Denied.
Relief denied.
Thank you very much. Relief denied for non-appearance.
Thank you, board members.
Yes. Do we have any more on that list?
2 items left, sir.
Okay,
Number 14 is a hearing appeal ending 4459, property 2200 North Front Street. Osama Siam is the appellant. No one present in the room by that name, sir.
thank you. Who's representing the city?
Lee Bagelman for the city.
Mr. Begelman, please confirm service, please.
Appellants listed 7550 Battersby Street in Philadelphia as their address on the appeal. Notice of this hearing was sent to that address on 11/20 of 24.
Thank you. Mr. Begelman, no one's responding. What is your pleasure?
City requests that the late appeal request be denied.
Thank you. Mr. Pincus, what time do we have?
5:03 PM.
5:03 PM. We will poll the board regarding HA 2024-004459, 2200 North Front Street, Osam Siam, City. Request for non-pro-tunc relief denied for non-appearance.
Denied, request for non-appearance.
Request denied for non-appearance.
Request denied for non-appearance.
Thank you.
That brings us, sir, to hearing appeal ending 4666-2623 Sorrento Road, Mary McDuffie.
It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson.
No one present in the room, sir, with that name. Ms. McDuffie listed 2623 Sorrento Road as her mailing address. Notice of this hearing was sent to that address on 1/10 of 25.
Thank you very much. No response. Mr. Johnson, what is your pleasure?
The request for non-pro-tunc relief should be denied.
Thank you. What time do we have?
5:05 PM.
5:05 PM. Regarding HA 2024-004666, 2623 Sorrento Road, Mary McDuffie. Request for non-pro-tunc relief denied for non-appearance.
Denied for non-appearance.
Request denied for non-appearance.
Relief denied for non-appearance.
Thank you. Is that,
That concludes the list, sir.
that concludes the non-pro-tunc list and the regular hearing list.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone. We have now concluded our business for today. Have a good evening.